Amarillo skies. I am here with our. Oh, hold on. I had something for this. Oh, I'm here with our courageous Yees and Haas. Say hello, Yees and Haas.
Hello, Yeez and
Hello,
Haas.
yeast and hogs.
Ease and pause.
So who? Let's see. Who would like to give us a recap of what happened in session one of our campaign?
Be happy to.
Go for it.
So, after working very hard to safely arrive at this small town and start a new life, Scratch and Fox were getting along just fine until some jerk showed up and tried to start some crap. And it's a good thing that Fox was nice and didn't have me kill Roger. But there was like a carnival sort of county fair sort of thing going on.
Yep, it was the Harvest Festival.
Harvest Festival. There we go. And several of the player characters got selected to be judges of the pumpkins and the fruits and vegetables that had been grown.
There was definitely
And-
corn.
Oh
Yep,
my
there's
god,
definitely
so
corn.
much corn. It was beautiful.
And somehow one of the pumpkins came to life as like a massive pumpkin monster thing, and it kept turning the tomatoes and the corn and the potatoes to life. So there's a lot of fighting that went down, and let's see, Roger got his butt kicked. Everyone else did pretty good. Roger got eaten and barely survived, and then the rest of the group killed all the monsters. We found out that there was a fairy stone that was probably what was causing the original pumpkin to like come to life. The mayor came over. The mayor came over and like collected us all, and we went to go back to his place to talk. Fox and Scratch just about left town, but decided not to just yet because Scratch was the one who recognized the face stone. And then this guy in black showed up and just absolutely murdered the mayor, with us not being able to do a damn thing about it.
That's pretty accurate. Is there anything anyone else wants to add that happened last time? Maybe some less bias commentary on on Roger.
That
Well,
seems
I mean,
perfectly accurate to me.
we went to a carnival and we had a wonderful time. So that was great. And then I met some new friends. Rebecca met some new friends, and then
New
There's
and
the
possibly old.
oh yeah, and new old friends too. Yes. Things were uncomfortable, but then there was a competition, pumpkin attack, and yeah. I mean, it was a wonderful time.
Yeah. Blythe Langley came to town and got a job at the Hart Ranch thanks to the mayor. And yeah, so you all did arrive at the mayor's manor, and after a conversation with him about the town of Amarillo, Fox and Scratch went to leave, only to find the door was locked behind
Yeah,
them.
for some reason, and it was really difficult to open.
So the mayor went over and opened the door for Fox, stepping out first through the door himself. He was riddled with bullets. As he fell to the ground, you saw the Black Rider, the man that had been walking around with Mr. Sir earlier that day, standing there with his 6-shooter smoking. And that is where we pick up as Mayor Longhorn Jack just collapses against the door. The door breaks on its hinges as he just kind of slides down to the ground and bleeding. Is there anything you guys would like to do in that moment?
Take some cover.
Yeah, no, definitely
Yeah,
try
I
and like
cover.
duck behind the wall that the mayor just collapsed. The doorway, like to make sure I'm in the door behind the
Mhm.
wall.
Can Blythe use healing word on the mayor?
Yeah,
The-
she can.
Okay, it's
He
safe
can
in here.
absolutely attempt to do that.
That sounds a whole lot like it's not going to work, but I'm still going to try it. For 5 healing.
So Blythe, as you kind of reach out with your druidic magic, you see that where normally the wounds would begin healing and the bleeding would stop, that this healing is not taking effect. There is something that's stopping the regenerative abilities of your magic.
Oh, so he's dead. Cool.
As the rest of you dive for cover, you all see that the man in black he turns on his heel and he begins walking back out into the darkness. However, as he is kind of riding out or walking back like towards his horse, you do see that the sheriff, Sheriff McAuliffe, and his deputy, a man known as Pip, show are like charging up the way on their horses as they meet meet you all at the scene of this shooting. You hear. Oh, go ahead.
As they're approaching and before they get too close, like the mayor's obviously super dead there. Can I try and go into his pocket and grab that mysterious envelope he tucked away?
Yeah, absolutely. You just kind of make me a stealth check.
Oh,
So
I'm a little shaken right now.
yeah, so everyone sees that before Fox like dives for cover, she throws herself kind of over towards the mare, and she and you just kind of trip and fall as you're like struggling to kind of push him up so you can get in his pocket because he's so big. But eventually you do like kind of push him up, and you're able to retrieve this letter from his pocket. Miraculously, it is not doesn't have any bullet holes in it, but it is a little soaked in blood. As you scramble back into the house after you retrieve it.
And I'll try and tuck that away. Obviously not stealthily, but
Oh no! Everyone saw this.
that's all good.
And actually, like this actually like catches the attention of the Black Rider, which does give the sheriff enough time to get there. And as the sheriff dismounts his horse, you can see that he has this shotgun in his hands. As he runs up, he points it at the Black Rider, and he says, "What's the meaning of this? We heard gunshots." And then he looks over and he sees the mayor, and he points his shotgun back at the Black Rider. He says, "You responsible for this?" And the Black Rider turns to look at the sheriff, and he says, "You have no jurisdiction over me." And as he says this, the sheriff, he gets this kind of like angry look in his eyes. And Valorant, you remember that this man was described to you as a righteous man and a man that believes very deeply in justice. and you can see this kind of decision being made in the sheriff as he puts his finger on the trigger of his shotgun and he pulls the trigger, and the buckshot from his shotgun explodes towards the Black Rider. And as it's moving towards him, I need everyone to make me a perception check.
No.
Nope.
9.
Wow.
Why are we
Wow.
all rolling
There you go,
ones?
Scratch.
Come on, Scratch.
Oh, no. Wait, so that's Blythe rolled a 1, Fox rolled a 9, Valorant rolled a 1, Rebecca rolled a
Waiting on
9,
Roger.
Scratch rolled a natural 20. Is Roger back? He did throw BRB up. You back, Lucas? Lucas?
Yeah, I don't think he's back yet.
Okay. Then we won't worry about him. We'll say he's distracted. So Scratch, you're the only one that sees this, but for a moment, it appears that there are two Black Riders. And you can see the one that is just facing forwards, walking towards his horse, and then you see another that seems to appear with his hand out, stretched in front of him. And the second one seems to deflect these bullets from this shotgun, and you watch as it almost looks like when somebody casts the shield spell, only instead of just blocking the shot, it rebounds it back at the sheriff. And you watch as the sheriff is riddled by his own shotgun blast, and he falls to the ground.
Makala!
Oh.
I'm going to get up and rush over to the sheriff.
Oh no, he's dead too.
Valorant's fall and Scratch out.
Yeah, as the two of you begin rushing out the front door, you see that the deputy is like frozen in fear as the Black Rider mounts his horse and begins to ride off into the darkness. The two of you rush to the sheriff's side. He is currently bleeding out.
Valorant's just going to try and just with a medicine check, try and stabilize him.
All right. It's going to be a DC 15 on this because of the shotgun blast.
Oh, that's not great. Oh, nope.
Oh.
Scratch, is there anything you'd like to do?
Well, since the medicine check didn't work, I'll use my last spell and cast Cure Wounds.
Okay, go ahead and roll that. And Scratch, you do indeed save Sheriff McAuliffe's life. What's it look like as you cast Cure Wounds in front of the deputy and Valorant as you heal the sheriff? Because I don't think anyone else has seen you cast magic, right?
Not really. And it's not obvious that he's casting magic because as an artificer, he has all these little gadgets. And so he basically pulls out what looks like an old-fashioned syringe and basically injects something into the sheriff's arm and starts like taking another little device that's kind of like a staple gun, if you will, and starts trying to like bind up wounds.
All right, so it's going to take you a minute then as you fuss over the sheriff and begin like removing like as much of the buckshot as you can and like binding up some of the wounds and Scratch, you save Sheriff McAuliffe's life. So while Scratch and Valorant are out doing that, what are the rest of you doing?
Fox will probably take a minute, like behind the door, catching her breath. But if she sees Scratch and Valorant leave, she's gonna kind of take a glance at the people left in the room and realize she'd rather be out there the mirror, and she'll like kind of do like a double take, debating her next move, and then she'll kind of like make a dart for it and run over towards Scratch and Valorant.
Rebecca will go look at the mayor, see how he's doing. You know, he's probably dead, but I just want to make sure because seems like a cool dude.
Yeah, make me a medicine check.
Oh, okay. Ooh.
So the mayor is he is dead.
No, damn. Well, shoot. Then I guess she'll run with the rest of the group if she can.
Yeah. So Fox, you make your way out towards Scratch and Valorant and the sheriff. Roger, you're back. Welcome back.
My wife and kid came home from a whole day train ride, so it was perfect timing, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you missed the sheriff shooting a shotgun at the Black Rider and it seeming to rebound back at him. But it's okay. Scratch saved his life. And Rebecca has confirmed that the mayor is indeed dead. And Fox retrieved the letter from the mayor's pocket, and everyone saw her do it.
We saw him
You are now
put
caught
that
up.
letter in his pocket at the end of last session, right? Right before he got
Correct.
blasted.
Yeah.
So, what would you like to do?
My God, someone's been shot. I look and I see the sheriff out there, and I'm like, is everyone else like heading out the back door or something?
No, everyone's going out the front door to help the sheriff, who got shot by his own gun. Kinda.
But only Scratch knows that.
Right. Everyone rolled a 1, except for Scratch, who rolled a natural 20. So Scratch knows what happened. Everyone else just kind of saw a shotgun blast go off and the sheriff fall to the ground, not the Black Rider.
All right. I trust Rebecca's word, and I will. I'll follow
Aw.
suit and investigate the sheriff as well. But I will try to stay out of the center of attention. So whatever I can do from a minor distance, I will.
Okay, you're gonna hang back. Got it.
Yeah,
All
back a
right.
little
Blythe, what are you doing?
I think Blythe, seeing that everybody else has the sheriff under control, I think she's gonna stay back until the sheriff like comes over to investigate the mayor. And he's just gonna kind of sit on the floor, kind of a little upset that he couldn't help.
This does definitely remind Blythe of a different time in his life. So
Oh,
that makes
definitely.
sense. That makes sense. So the sheriff is not going to come to for a while, Scratch says, just because he's going to need time to recover. But eventually you bring both the sheriff and Longhorn Jack inside the house. And Scratch puts the sheriff, like up in a bed to recover, and his deputy Pip, who is in a bit of a catatonic state right now, and kind of keeps repeating something about being a failure. And you do notice that he seems to have like the smell of alcohol on his breath. He's probably a little drunk right now. So
Fox is gonna
so-
like go to the kitchen and get him some water and set him down at the table and like sit next to him, try and like comfort him. It's something she does pretty well. So she'll try and calm him down a little bit. Maybe make some coffee for everyone, sober him up a little bit.
all right, absolutely.
Actually, once Scratch like finishes, applying the healing, he's gonna look up at the deputy, kind of like go, You need to get him inside and take care of him. I got some looking around I need to do.
Okay, so Fox, the deputy, and the sheriff go inside. What would you like to do, Scratch?
I would like to see if there's an obvious trail where this man in black took off and see if there's any evidence of two people over there where I saw the interesting things.
Yeah, make me an investigation check. Valorant, you see as you know, the deputy and Fox kind of take the sheriff inside. Are you going to help carry the sheriff, or are you going to go with Scratch on his investigation?
Valrin probably would have helped bring the sheriff upstairs, but after he's kind of tucked in and bandaged up as best we can, Valorant's going to try and assist Scratch.
Yeah, you look out the window and you see Scratch is just kind of like walking around, like staring at the ground.
On Valorant's way through the mayor's house, does he pass by anything valuable looking?
To an
Is this a
extent,
pretty like a kind of guy who's showy with his wealth that probably wouldn't miss a couple of artifacts, or like?
there's not a lot of stuff like that. Like most of the things around the house seem to be like sentimental.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't see anything like, he doesn't have like, fancy paintings or, anything
Okay.
like
If it's not
like
something
that.
flashy, he's not going out of his way to look for it. So he'll
Yeah.
assist Scratch tracking down this horse.
Does this mayor have a fine box of Cuban cigars above the mantelpiece?
Now, he might have something like that tucked away somewhere. That is the kind of man he is.
But those are illegal.
Yeah.
So Scratch, as you're kind of investigating, you go to the spot where, the writer was standing. You think he was standing when you saw what you saw, and you only see the one pair of footsteps. And Valorant, when you come out, Scratch is like staring at the spot on the ground, at these like footsteps on the ground.
The footsteps where he was in front of the sheriff, or the footsteps that led to his horse?
They're one and the same. Like it's just he
Okay.
didn't stop walking towards his horse when the sheriff shot at him.
Okay.
But you didn't see that part.
Right.
Something odd's going on here.
What's
Who is
the
that
name of
man in
Mr.
black?
Sir's estate?
It is the Iron Wheel Ranch.
The Iron Wheel Ranch. Thank you. That was the gentleman we saw traipsing about the fairgrounds earlier this afternoon, was it not?
I remember seeing him. But then again, I was working my stall.
Well, I'm no lawman myself. What you recommend? We set up some sort of a perimeter? Circles? Got any chance of catching this guy on foot?
I think he's done what he was here to do. I don't know what he had in for the mayor. But the way he took him out, if he'd been interested in the rest of us, we'd probably be dead too. I don't like this.
Never seen a man not so much as flinch the blast of a shotgun like that.
Oh, he flinched all right. He did something made that blast bounce back on the sheriff. Never seen it. Never seen nothing like it.
You saying the sheriff didn't miss?
I'm saying that's what I'm out here looking for. I saw something. It looked like a second man in black showed up, put his hands out and caused the buckshot to rebound and hit the sheriff. Like I said, I've never seen that before. And I've seen some strange things.
Shit, if he's got reinforcements, maybe we should grab some of the others.
You can grab who you like. I don't plan on going anywhere near that man.
Well, I'm gonna go check along the sheriff, see how he's making do. I'll pass word of this along to the others. Let me know if you find anything. Valorant's just gonna shuffle back inside.
All right. So, so essentially, you are all inside the mayor's house. What would you guys like to do?
While Scratch and Valron are outside, I'm gonna try to sidle up next to Fox while we're tending to the wounded.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, Fox made some coffee, and she's pouring some coffee for the deputy, for Pip. His name is Pip.
Pip.
And yeah, they're just sitting at the table.
Folks, if I may have a moment with you.
This hardly seems like an appropriate time, wouldn't you say? She's gonna slide the coffee over to Pip, and then she'll like aggressively slide one over towards Roger as she like glares at him. Maybe you should make sure the others are okay. She's gonna usher to like Rebecca and like and hand him another cup of coffee to like, here, go do that. And she's gonna focus on Pip.
Roger just nods his head and he grabs the 2 or 3 cups of coffee and takes it over to Blythe and to Rebecca.
So, Deputy, what'd you say your name was?
Pip. My name is Pip. Pip.
Tip. Yeah, it's she's gonna wait for him to have like, a couple sips of coffee to, wash down a little bit, kind of get a little bit more there. You guys headed over here. You guys obviously heard the shots, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We jumped on our horses as soon as well, I mean, the sheriff saw me outside the saloon and told me to jump on my horse, and then we came over.
Yeah, you seem to have had a fun night. Do you know much about this Mr. Sir and this Black Rider? I mean, is this something that happens often? They just like to go around and murder people of your town?
No, not often. No, obviously, no. And you can tell that he is scared shitless because with the mayor gone and the sheriff unconscious,
He's in charge.
you're getting the feeling like there's no law in this town with these two out of commission.
Fox is gonna like go over and put her hands on his hands as they're like shaking around his coffee cup or whatever, and just kind of like try and just calm him down a little bit. He just seems a little scared.
Yeah. But like, no. I mean, what are we gonna do? Get a posse together and go out to the Iron Wheel Ranch? Like, I'm pretty sure Mr. Sir has his own guys out there. We could. Oh god. And he's like starts having a panic attack.
About that time, Scratch is going to walk in.
Good.
Great news, guys. Scratch seems to think that there might be 2 of them.
Wait, what?
Perfect timing.
Oh god.
Well, it just sure looked like there was only one of them.
I have to agree with Blythe. I think, I
Mister?
mean, What makes
I
you
only
think that
saw
there were
one, but
two?
if Scratch said there was two, I promise you there were two.
Oh, Rod, Lucas, you weren't here. Go ahead and give me a perception check for Roger for that.
I can do that. Yeah, no bueno. That's a 10.
Okay. No, you didn't see anything either.
But I'll ask Scratch. Can you please describe what you saw? As someone who's, kind of trained in feeling out his opponents, he wants to see if he can get some information, see if he can recall maybe this fighting style or this kind of technique, if there is a technique.
And Scratch just points at Valron and says, I done told him what I saw. Fox, I need to speak to you for a moment.
She's busy with the deputy.
And Fox will ignore Roger. She'll nod. She'll like give Pip a little squeeze of the hand, like a reassuring nod, and she'll stand up and head over to Scratch.
Scratch will pull her aside and look at Valron and say, go ahead, tell him.
Mentioned that he might have spotted two of them in the brief moment that the sheriff discharged his weapon. There was the one who took the force of the blast, and there was the one that was making his way towards the horse. The one making his way round did something with his hands, caused the bullets from the sheriff's own gun to fire back at him.
Could I make an Arcana check to see if Blythe would know a spell like that could do that?
Sure.
Sounds like witchcraft.
Anyone?
Fox will be like, oh,
Yeah, I don't know if Roger has any expertise with something of that nature.
Blythe,
oh yeah, can I do a check too after he says witchcraft and be like, oh, if that's really anything I would have,
Blythe, you know that there's a number of spells that kind of there's things like mirror image that can make duplications of yourself. There are spells like the shield spell, which can protect you from things like a projectile, right? But you've never heard of somebody combining all of those things into one, and also the rebounding of the attack is not something you've ever heard of before. But you can explain pieces of it, but putting it all together is the part that doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Can
Well,
I
I
roll
mean,
a history check or something as a martial artist to see if it's something that it's like a shadow boxing or some weird Eastern type of fighting?
It didn't sound like it was a fighting technique.
Okay.
Sort of spell.
Blythe is gonna clear his throat. It's gonna say, well, there are, spells that could do part of what, you explained, but you can't do both of them at once.
Any you folk ever seen this black rider around town before?
Rebecca and I have seen the Black Rider around town, yes.
Right. Wasn't he with the man who talked
Mr.
to
Sir. Big portly man with 3 fingers on his left hand.
Right. He was talking to Tilma the other day, right? Oh God.
Yeah, he was trying to buy the theater once again.
Do you think Tilma's all right?
I'm sure Tilma's just fine.
Oh.
I would worry for him if he decided to try to attack her in her home.
So this Mr. Sir is set up at the theater then?
No. Our employer, Miss Tilma, she runs the theater in town, the Soul Theater. But it sounds like maybe Mr. Sir is trying to take over key locations of town, maybe properties or estates that hold value. I mean, the mayor literally just got done saying that he owns the gold mine, and then he was shot by Mr. Sir's henchmen. So it seems like he's trying to move in and take everything for himself.
Well, how you reckon we proceed with this?
I don't know. I'm not the one to run such enterprises.
Well, you feeling all patched up after this afternoon? You got another few rounds in you?
He looks at Valorant with a sharp eye, and he says, and he tries to soften his face. Yeah, I'm fine. I can handle my own if a fight breaks out. Yes, thank you. How are you full and well after getting attacked by pumpkins and vegetables?
Yeah, I'm fine. I cleaned some of the juice off of my vest earlier, but I wasn't inside of it. And if we're going after this thing, I'd better our odds together than trying to face him down by my lonesome.
You see the deputy sitting at the table. He goes,
You cut out, Nick.
oh, the deputy at the table, he just yells at you and he's like, we're doing what?
What?
Well, it was your idea, deputy.
Was
That if we can get
serious?
a posse together.
That's suicide!
If I'm my deputy, it's pretty much suicide to leave you here by yourself. It seems like Mr. Sir and his underlings are trying to take control of the town, and as it stands, you are the head of the town.
Fuck that. And you see he takes like his little deputy's badge, rips it off his shirt, throws it on the table, stands up, and runs out of the house.
Can I
Wow.
do something, Mr. DM, please?
Sure.
I would like to, with my super fast movement, try to catch the badge and grab him by the chest with the same hand. So before he can even drop it to the table and leave, I want to try to grab his shirt.
Sit him back down in the chair.
Yeah, make me an athletics check.
All right, I'm not too bad at this. A 16, not too bad.
He got a 6.
Yes.
Now make me a sleight of hand check, or sleight of hand check to catch the badge.
14 for the badge.
Yeah, I'll say you're able to do that.
So I grab the badge and then I grab him by the collar with the same hand and I say, "Look, I'm not the only one in this town that is trying to run away from my problems, but right now, sir, this is not the time to run away."
I think it is. You guys are talking about going and fighting Mr. Sir. Without those two, no way.
We
Is that
didn't say we
bad?
were doing it right now.
Well, you could count me out. I'm out.
I look to anyone else for assistance because I have very low charisma. I'm like,
Tell you what, Mr. Out, you want out of this situation. Got a couple of questions right quick for you. any more firearms lying about the sheriff's office that aren't being made use of? We could fancy all the reinforcements we can gather. And secondly,
Sheriff's got his shotgun, and he tosses you his revolver. That's about it.
Secondly, if we're riding down on Mr. Sir's ranch, I'm going to need you to stick around to make sure McCullough lives long enough to heal those wounds up. Can you at least do that?
Make me a persuasion check.
9.
Oh my god.
You see him shaking his head, and he's like, "No, man, I'm getting out of here." And Roger, he tries to like push away from you.
Okay.
Just gonna let him
Opposed
go.
athletics.
You're gonna hold on to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold on to him.
All right. That was cocked. Roll again. God damn it. Scoot over, Mike. Oh, he got a 19.
Oh goodness. 19 meets it beats it, so he escapes.
Yeah, he pushes away from you and he takes off out the door.
Still got the badge in my hand.
You still got the badge in your hand.
I take it over to Valrin and I put it on his chest. It looks like you're the new deputy in town. He left it in my possession. I would say that's he's foregoing his rights as a lawman.
I don't think that's how that works, Mr. Roger.
Well, I mean, at this point, like, who's going to do it? Because, like, the sheriff's up there, the only deputies there, and good God, we're kind of. I think it's the appropriate measures to be taken. I think. I don't really know.
Rebecca, do you think that Mr. Pip has left his station in the charge of Valrin here?
I mean, he just ran, so I guess. I don't really know.
Blythe, do you think that this man has left his charge? And the one that seems most valuable and upstanding citizen is this man over here who went to the aid of the sheriff firsthand?
I just met y'all. Like, I'm not, but I mean, this Mr. Sir guy, he sounds pretty formidable. Like, maybe we should wait a little bit. I ain't looking to get killed.
I look to Valrin and I'm like, I mean, Mr. Sir is pretty on par with who we've dealt with in the past. It's very clear that we know each other at this point.
Tell you what, Blythe, there is one thing we got on our sides that Mr. Sir ain't.
A death wish?
Hey, Fox, do me a favor. This kid blew into town recently. Well, I want to know if it's a good idea for him to be tagging along on this raid. You mind giving Blythe here a reading?
Fox is gonna turn away from. I assume she's having like a little bit of a side conversation with Scratch, and I'd like to retcon that in a minute.
Sure.
But then she'll look to Blythe and kind of look him up and down, and she'll shrug and nod. Give me a second. I have my notes. Give me 1 second.
So while she's making her comment to Blythe, I will step next to Valron and say, whisper in his ear, I understand that we have a past, but I'd like to keep that as close to the chest as we can. I want to make a future for myself in this town. Perhaps we can get past this hurdle and we can go about our ways afterwards.
Let's walk this dance one step at a time.
That was good.
You're not dancing with the fellow at the port, right?
Let's just say I'm preoccupied on the dance floor tonight.
All right, I'll make sure you're not interrupted. I think this will go very well for us if we continue this path.
Okay, so she's gonna take
We're
Blythe over
talking
to the
thieves
table.
can't without thieves can't over here.
So really quick, since Ben is back, do you want to have your conversation with Scratch
Yeah.
before you do that?
Yeah, that'd be cool. If that's all right.
Cool.
Flashback, doodaloo, doodaloo.
So while Valorant and Roger were speaking with the deputy, Fox and Scratch were kind of off having their own little conversation.
Yeah. So I feel like they're maybe like right outside the door, like on the front porch, and so they can kind of hear
We're in the
everything that's
dining
going
room.
on.
You
And
guys are in like the kitchen foyer.
yeah, like close, but like not close enough where they like. If I'm like talking lower, I kind of don't want them to hear, but they could probably hear if they tried, so it's not super secret. And she's gonna go over to Scratch, and after, like I assume this is like when Valorant's explaining what he said, translating what Scratch told him to say or whatever. And she's gonna head over to Scratch, and she's gonna pull out the letter that she obviously took off the mayor, and she's gonna open it and see what it says inside.
All right.
And as she's looking at that, I'm going to go, Fox, you ready to get out of here? This town seems like it's going to be a bad place to be real soon.
So I can show this specifically to Fox.
As I'm reading that, she'll
Add her
reply.
as a player, and then you can show player.
Don't click show to players, right? Just
If
show
you put,
player.
if you put,
After you've made the edit so that only that one player can see it, if you click the button, it'll only show it to them.
So if I have it in players' journals, Fox, and then if I hit show to players, it's only going to show it to her.
There should be another.
It'll only
like,
show it to whoever has control of Fox's character sheet.
Yeah, and if there should be an option for like all players, then it'll pop it up for everyone. But if you just put in someone's specific name, it's only for them.
So did it pop up for everyone or just Amanda when I clicked that?
I have it.
Just Amanda.
I got no pop-up.
All right.
Nope.
It's-
No pop-up.
okay, Amanda, you have the letter.
Internet
So there are three things in this envelope. There's the letter, there's a picture, and there's well, I'll let you read the letter first.
What you got there, Fox?
It's long. Sorry. Well, she's gonna respond to you first, and she's gonna say, I just, Paris has taken such good care of you. And obviously, hearing the bickering going on between the deputy and them, it doesn't seem like there's going to be much law in this town for much longer. And I'd hate to see something bad happen to Paris. He's really, taking you under his wing and been so kind to us. It just doesn't seem right.
There's only one person in this town who I need to protect, and that's you. Now, I don't wish Paris no harm, but I don't think I necessarily owe him anything either.
And she's just gonna shrug and kind of like cross her arms uncomfortably, and then she's gonna kind of hold out the letter to you, and it seems like I don't even know if I should be reading this. It seems a little personal.
And the third thing in the envelope is the deed to the mine.
And so she's gonna like hand him over the deed, and then it seems like it's a letter from his father about his mother and what happened to them.
Yeah, and sorry, I should do a better job of dungeon mastering. So the picture that you see 1, 2, 3. It's 9 people. the only person that you recognize in the picture is the mayor. You see an elven woman with dark brown hair and brown skin, and she has face tattoos of these like fine lines that go around her face. You see a large uh, black man with a close like goatee, black hair, black hat. He seems to have a like robotic right arm. And you also see a man that is wearing like furs and feathers, and he carries like this satchel. You see a black woman with braided hair and tattoos going down like her face and neck and shoulders. And she's wearing like this just like red vest, and she's smoking a cigarette. You see two what look to be like identical twins, and they are orcs that are wearing these like very like fine suits. One wears a fedora, and the other wears like what are the taxi cab hats called? One of those. Um, you see a goblin that is dressed in a kind of like, it almost looks like a suit in what he's wearing, and he has like a pocket watch that you can clearly see is like tucked with the chain and everything, and he wears glasses. Then you see the mayor, and you see a gnome with black skin and white hair wearing this like goofy hat.
It seems like there was some sort of what's the word? The letter. The clan.
What do you want me to do with this? I don't know how to find this guy's son.
No, I think this was. Wait. This is a letter to his son?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought this was a letter from his father. I was really reversed. I guess I need to read names. It's helpful.
I have it titled at the top.
Yeah,
It literally
okay.
says "Letter from
I
Longhorn Jack to his son Maverick."
Couldn't read that. I just read the letter. Okay, letters don't have titles like that written on them.
She got
Don't
engrossed
judge
in the
me.
Not
sauce,
some
man.
handouts, Stu.
Don't judge.
Lost in the
Oh.
sauce.
Oh, okay. That hurts a little bit more now. Okay.
It seems like he might have known that someone was coming for him.
Yeah, definitely seems that way, doesn't it? Oh man, can't just. I read this. I can't just not do anything about a scratch. That's just.
Well, Fox, you know whatever you do, I'm there. So, you just tell me what we need to do, and I'll make sure it gets done.
And
I
it's
like
that
to think about that time that the deputy's running out of the house in between their conversation.
exactly right. The deputy runs out, and then a few moments later, Valrin is asking you to do a reading on Blythe.
She's gonna like gather the contents of the letter, take the deed back from scratch, and fold them up and put them back in her pouch as Valrin. Like right after the deputy runs out, she's gonna fold those up, put them back in her pouch, and then I assume Valrin will be like, "Hey," and so she'll come in. She'll kind of take another look at Scratch, and then kind of look around, and then walk inside and look at Blythe, and then she'll sit at the table and be like, "Oh, I mean, I guess we've got a minute," and she's got things on her mind, which is fun. And she'll sit down and nod and be like, if you're willing, it just is a little insight onto who you are, who you could be, who you were, if you're comfortable with that.
Are you gonna kill me if I don't?
She's just gonna laugh and look at you with a smile and not answer.
Roger looks very worried at that statement.
Yeah, I get Blythe will go sit across from her.
And she's gonna take her cards out of her pouch and she's gonna begin shuffling them a little bit. And she's gonna after she shuffles them a few times, she's gonna slide the stack over to you, and she's gonna ask you, if you don't mind, would you cut the deck, and then after you cut the deck, she'll spread them out on the table, and then she'll say, just pick 3 and lay them out in front of you.
Yeah, he'll do that.
And the first one that Blythe reveals is the 5 of Swords. And the second one is going to be an upside down 8 of Swords. And then the third one is going to be the Knight of Swords. So the 5 of Swords, it shows. Ben, if you want to send pictures again, you're really good at that.
Sorry, the first one was
give me a
the
second, I'll
5
look
of
'em up.
Swords.
5 of Swords.
Upright?
Upright. Yep.
Okay.
This shows that there was perhaps an end of some sort of argument, clash of some sorts, and perhaps the winner of the argument was maybe less than honorable. Perhaps you were running from a type of situation. Then she's going to move on to the 8 of Swords, and it's upside down. And this represents feelings of being trapped, perhaps in your mind or even physically trapped by something. That's all I wrote down for that card. And then
The 8 of Swords.
Yeah, 8 of Swords upside down. And then the last one is the Knight of Swords, and this just shows you're the kind of person that you have a knowledge of what you want and how to achieve it. You're very intellectual. You're smarter than what you lead on. That I can look at my book. That's all I wrote down for my notes. This is a really honorable card, though. It shows that you're a good person to have on our side. She's going to look to Valoran and just kind of give a nod of approval from the cards. It seems like you may have had a little bit of a shaky past and you're working through things, but I believe your future's bright, and I think you know what you want to do. And in the end, this is your decision. So you decide how you want to proceed, if this is something you want to do or not. And she's just going to kind of get up and tuck her cards away. And
as Fox was doing this reading, you all saw her eye change color. It did every time she did. So she has now done a reading for all of you. So you all saw her eye change color when she did that for you. As she's shuffling these cards and putting them away, her eye changes back.
Was Roger the first one at the party that got a reading?
No, Valorant was by far.
Oh, that's right. They were childhood friends, right?
we were childhood buddies. Yeah.
Valorant was literally the first person.
Very first person it ever happened.
For a real reading. But sorry, I interrupted. So Blythe, you have received your fortune.
He's gonna kind of frown at her, kind of picking at a scratch that he's got on his face. Well, if that ain't the scariest shit I've seen today, but you were dead on, ma'am.
And she's just gonna kind of shrug, yeah, their cards don't usually lie. I'm sorry to hear about your past, though. I mean, I don't know what it was, but it's never fun thing to hear about. But if it comforts you, you're not the only one running from their past. And she's going to look to Roger super uncomfortably and also glaring.
Roger acknowledges the look and is like, I'm just trying to talk. He looks back. He's like, shrugs his shoulders. So, now that we have your attention, Fox and Scratch, how do you feel about the current predicament and Valron stepping up to deputy of the town, seeing as the current deputy has left his post?
Fox is going to take a minute to look around and realize that there's a deputy star in Valron. Congratulations. Yes, at least he left something before he did.
Seems like the kind of thing the sheriff ought to have some say in, don't you think?
He's more than welcome to remove it as soon as he regains consciousness. But in the meantime, we could certainly use your assistance twisting the fates in our favor.
I agree. Wouldn't you say that it would be better if we had someone that we could trust in the command at the moment, considering that there is no one in command at the moment?
That deputy said something about Mr. Sir's got some enforcers hanging about his ranch. So the more of you I can get to tag along with me, the better our odds are going to be overall walking out of there. I'm a pretty fair shot myself. I wouldn't expect any of you to stick around long enough should I get myself into any manner of trouble. But if I go at it alone, there's no chance in hell I'm walking out of there.
Just because you pick up a badge don't make you a deputy. And it don't make you able to go out and start trouble in the law's name.
If it's the badge you got a problem with, I can leave it here behind.
You know, guys, I'm really inspired by your want to go after this guy, but it seems maybe we should just take a minute to reinforce the boundaries of the town and not so much looking for trouble. You know, I feel like if we go onto his stomping grounds, we're at a little bit of a disadvantage. Whereas if we force him to come to us, at least we've got a little bit working towards us. We don't know anything about him and his area. I mean, heck, we barely know anything about this town. And she's going to usher to blight like you just got here yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if we keep our heads low, you know, don't stir up any trouble, keep his attention away from us, we could gather more information about him, about his men, and then we could take him out easier.
And
Because people like him, you don't want to get on their bad side.
Fox was going to nod in agreement.
I understand where you're coming from, Blight. Valron and I have dealt with people in our past that are very powerful in their respective areas. If you leave a man like Mr. Sir unchecked, they will infiltrate and overrun before you have a chance to stop them.
I mean, I ain't saying that we leave them unchecked. We can, you know, you can't always go, you know, head on to your problems. That's just going to get you killed.
I'm not much of one for sneaking myself. But if you think you can get close enough to get a better survey of their numbers, see if there's more of them folk spellcasters and the such, well, perhaps we'd have a better idea of what we're going to be walking into. And even if it's worth walking into.
I think I could get close enough to and not draw any suspicion.
Well, before we go running into counting numbers and such, she's gonna pull the letter out. She's gonna keep the deed and the picture behind, just temporarily. And she's gonna hand the letter over to Valorant and say, perhaps, maybe there's someone else who could have a say in what happens to this town instead of, and this is what the mayor would have wanted.
Right. What's this scratch about?
Do you not read?
I'm asking you.
Oh. Well, I mean, it looks like it's a letter he wrote to his son, basically wanting him to take over Amarillo if anything should happen to him. And she's going to kind of usher to his dead body slumped in the doorway. Hold on.
Oh.
Spill a drink.
So his son ran off.
Well, that's certainly interesting. You think this was some sort of lover's quarrel the mayor was all wrapped up in?
That don't seem particularly likely.
Like a
Said the
a
boy's
goodbye
mama went back to
letter.
her people.
Yeah, I don't know if the mom will be any help, but I mean, the son's got to be somewhere. She left him behind too. And then she'll take out the picture of all the people, and it looks like, Mayor may have had some friends, and they seem like a ride or die type of people. Perhaps, maybe there's, as you were saying, what's the phrase? Something better in numbers. Greater chances with bigger numbers, or I don't know. There's a phrase. Do you have the picture? Can we all see it, or is it just a description?
Hey, it's just a description. I had no way of smashing all those together.
That's fine. It's fine.
But it's like a black and white,
Yeah.
it's like that kind of there's grays and other kinds of that stuff,
Yeah.
So it's like an old school picture.
Yeah, I can imagine it. You did a really good job of describing it. But I mean, it looks like maybe Longhorn Jack has some friends that it looks like they could be pretty powerful people. Perhaps they'll be not too happy about what happened to him here. Maybe if we do some investigating, as I said, keep our head low, don't stir up a ruckus, kind of keep the town safe, but not, an aggressive, more of a defensive stance. So you can figure out maybe what he wants with the theater, what he wants with this town and the mine. Mayor said that they found something in the mine. We could do our own, investigation and perhaps find these people and find people who want to take over this town. Because, I mean, Valron, do you want to risk your life for this place? I mean, is this town it for you? If it is, I mean, that's cool, but I just feel like there's a little bit more out there than this little place here, and I just don't know why it should be our responsibility to die for it.
Well, I think because that deputy's sure never going to be the kind of person to step up, it ought to be someone's place to fill those boots.
Oh, I'm not doubting that. I think it's a good thing that someone responsible is helping, but I just don't think we should run guns a-blazing, risking our lives for something where we don't know the whole story, you know?
Well, I'm open to suggestions that don't include running away.
And she's just gonna kind of usher to the paper. I mean, there's got to be a trail of where his son went. His son's got to have a say in all these people in this picture. I mean, we can investigate the mine. Obviously, Sir wants something that's in there. We figure out what he wants. Perhaps we can give a false bargaining, make him vulnerable in a way.
If I may, Nick, who was the first person in town out of the party?
That would have been Valorant.
Okay. So Valorant would probably know of the mayor's son then, right?
Yeah, Maverick.
No.
We might not know that he's his son, but I think we did run into him at the fairgrounds.
You did not. You have not met somebody named Maverick, and Valorant has
Or
not
sorry, Titus.
seen anyone named Maverick. Yeah, Titus is around.
Titus we met, not Maverick.
Yes.
Okay.
Not Maverick,
so
though.
Maverick hasn't been around since before Valorant then.
Correct. Yeah, he was not in town when Valorant got here.
Okay, so none
Valorant
of us
doesn't know who
actually
this
know of
is.
this person. I'm all for staying out of the local papers, but I do believe that if we want to call this place home, that we should attempt to do something, because it seems like we are the only people that know that something is going on. I think that we should try to better this town and make it safe and not unruly by large estate owners. And
I didn't think you cared much about making things better.
I'm trying to be a better person. Whether you'll believe it or not, I am trying.
I'd like to do an insight check on him.
Sure.
Why can't you just believe Raj?
21.
What are you trying to incite from him?
Like, this guy seems a little bit different than the guy, I met in town and did a reading on. He obviously has a stutter now, or he did before. I've been pretty much afraid of him this whole time. Does he seem like he's, trying to just pull one over on me, trying to get me to trust him and lower my guard a little bit, or does he actually seem genuine in this, I don't know, stuttery person he is now? Like, he just seems a little bit different than the original person I met.
His actions don't really line up with somebody who would be on Luciano's payroll, right? He seems to be this man of action and poor charisma. So you get the feeling that what he's trying to do is tell you something. Like, that's what you get, the idea that he's trying to tell you something, and you haven't let him.
Fox was around when Roger was fighting, and Susan was part of the bar, right?
Yeah,
she knew Susan from the bar for sure, but I think she left before or after. She doesn't know what happened with Susan though.
Yeah, and she wasn't into boxing.
She didn't go to the matches.
Fox wasn't part of the underground, really.
Right. Okay. So it's like passively knew of Roger.
Yeah, like if we asked Rupert Hugh, he probably would have known you, but Fox doesn't.
I mean, if I can sense Fox's, I don't know how to describe it, her her disbelief, or maybe standoffishness.
Trepidation.
Yeah, he'll say, I understand why you might be guarded, Fox.
Oh, you do? Why would I be guarded? She's gonna cross her arms.
I don't work for Luciano anymore. He
She's
got
definitely inside checking that.
he got Susan killed. He killed her, and I don't want that to happen here.
After she hears that Susan was killed, she's gonna kind of like her tense, arms being crossed. She's gonna kind of like soften a little bit, and like her stern face is gonna kind of, like a little bit more of an understanding. Like she knew Susan. Susan was her bartender. Like she got her drunk on occasion. They were buddies. She talked to her, her life with Susan and stuff. So she was probably familiar with Susan. So she's gonna kind of have a little bit more of an understanding. And then I don't know if Fox would remember the card reading she did for Roger. She's done a lot of card readings. I don't feel like she would remember specifically each one for each person, and maybe not, put that together.
I mean, it's up to you. Like, I think it might be cool if like the ones that are real, those are the ones she remembers.
That's what I was. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I can
Maybe
see that.
roll a history check to see if she recalls it.
I mean, I think it's up to Amanda.
Yeah, I think the real ones she probably that's a pretty good point right there. Like the ones that actually she felt like, I feel like that was like a little bit more of a deeper soul connection. So she'd probably kind of look at that and then kind of remember the cards a little bit, and then kind of like soften her posture a little bit and kind of uncross her arms and kind of stand uncomfortably. I'm really sorry to hear about Susan. I didn't know she was involved with anyone really. She's gonna kind of like, that awkward like shifting on your feet.
Like shrug shoulders, the head sinks in. You kind of just sit there.
This is awkward. So Luciano did that.
Yeah, Roger will say, yes, he hired a hit on me when I was trying to leave town after the last fight that I had. And she was taken out by a very aggressive and deadly woman. I tried to get to her, but I was surrounded by people, and I can only throw as many punches as I can. I couldn't get to her in time. They took her from me.
And she's gonna kind of nod, a little bit more understanding. I'm sorry for your loss there. I just assumed he had sent you to come after me because she's gonna kind of cross her arms again and stop talking. Like,
Roger walks up to Fox and gives her a big hug and says, I'm so sorry that I thought that you were involved. I was just lashing out. You only tell the fates. You don't actually perform them. I'm sorry. I didn't mean. I was just looking for answers and information. Like how did you know that it was going to happen, that I was going to lose someone so close?
Well, I mean, I didn't know, like, that's exactly, I mean, Hold on, I need to hold on. I mean, I didn't know you were gonna lose someone. I just knew that there was gonna be a disruption in your life. You know, I mean, it's not. They're never clear. They're, you know, you interpret what you can from them. It just said something would be missing from your family. I didn't realize it was gonna be an actual person, I guess. You can't know how these, you know, it's just, you can't know how these things work. They just, she's gonna, like, as you're like hugging her, she's still standing there like with her arms crossed. Like, it's really awkward. She's not a hugger.
Roger lets you go and says, sorry. I know you didn't know specifically what was happening. We tried to keep it very secret, and we didn't keep it secret enough because Luciano found out, and he took care of her in a way that we were hoping he wouldn't. But I don't blame you for what happened. You were just trying to survive like me, and that happened. So I don't blame you. I just wanted to talk. I haven't been able to talk to anybody about Susan since it happened. So I just wanted to talk.
Fox is the other nod and understanding. You know, talking can heal more ways than you realize. You know, I'm really sorry to hear about Susan. She was the best bartender I ever had. If that's any consolation. But I guess it means, you know, sometimes a common enemy makes possible friendship. And she could kind of shrug, like, not so much like she's, you know, like super trusting of you, but she's like, okay, you know, maybe we can work on this. This isn't as terrifying as I originally thought.
And as you say that, you do look around the room and you see Valorant and Rebecca and Blythe and Scratch, and they're all listening to the two of you talk.
And she's going to visibly get more uncomfortable and kind of shift on her feet again. Well, you know, I mean, yeah, so it sounds like, you know, we just got another Valorant. Not Valorant.
Luciano.
Luciano. I saw that name in the chat.
That is my exact thought. I don't want what happened to poor Pearl to happen here at Amarillo. I don't want some thug to come in and ruin something that is very nice and quaint.
Well, if this is anything like Luciano, we know firsthand you can't go guns a-blazing. You've got to be smart about every move.
Well, if I might be so bold as to state the obvious, I'd say somebody has already stepped in and made matters quite disastrous for this town.
Roger's like, I didn't do it.
I just have a quick question. I'm sorry, I've been listening, and I know it's real rude to eavesdrop and all, but who's Luciano? Just like maybe a little bit of brief summary. I'm just very confused. I know that he's someone to be feared, but like, how big of a problem is it that Mr. Sturm?
He's a gangster, a thug, a kingpin back where we come from, and he points to Valorant and Fox, as he knows those two people from his past.
Valorant. And Fox is gonna look at Valorant confused.
And Valorant's just gonna shoot Roger a glare.
Fuck, man.
You pointed me out first, Valrid, so you're getting tied in. He says, he's a bad man who did a lot of bad things to make some money and to gain some power back where we come from. And we just don't want that to spill out into the small little safe haven that we have here in Amarillo.
Well, if that's the case, I know I'm being silent, but I agree. I'll go wherever you go, Mr. Robert, because sounds like a bad man, and I love this town. This town took me in. I'll do anything. I'll beat someone up, like I did with the corn.
Chef Rebecca beating up some corn.
She'll never look at corn the same way again.
Oh no.
Amanda, did Fox show the picture to everybody?
Yeah, that's why I was asking if you had it, because she would have put that out, because she wouldn't mention that it looks like Longhorn Jack had some friends who maybe would want to hear about his death and maybe would be willing to help us in a sort of, revenge type scenario. So yeah, she definitely would have laid down the picture.
Is there a way, Ryan, that I can share things in the journal without sharing the names that I named them? Or do I just have to delete the names?
I think you'd have to delete the names. But I'm going to send you a whisper real quick. I think it might be the same thing.
Yeah,
When
I think if you want to hide the name, you have to change the name of the item that you're trying to share, and then change it again later when we find out what it actually is.
Okay. So short answer, Ryan, is no.
Okay.
But you do recognize somebody else from that bar. And you know what? I'm just going to show you because I told you his name. So you do recognize the black man with the goatee and the robotic arm. You do recognize him from a seedy underground gambling den in Port Pearl.
Hey, that guy almost ripped my head off.
So you do recognize two people in this picture.
Okay.
Everyone else only recognizes the mayor.
Aw.
Can you share pictures of the other guys too, or no?
Give me a second. I'm going to
you're
delete,
good. You're good.
delete their names really quick. Because you don't know their names, you're just going to be able
Yeah.
to see them. So that's the first one.
Those are the twins.
Oh, you know what? You do know. Yeah. Okay. There's that one.
Pretty.
Oh, actually, Rachel,
Yes.
I need you to when something from your past shows up, did you want to make a saving throw or how did you want to deal with that?
I'm not. I think a saving throw, or
Wh-
no, actually, maybe a history check at disadvantage, or no.
You want to do like an
Say,
intelligence saving throw?
yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make me an intelligence saving throw.
Just a straight roll.
Yeah.
A 7.
Okay. You get one of those feelings that you've gotten before where you're just like, that's familiar, but I couldn't put a name on it even if I tried. And you get that feeling towards the woman with the braids in this picture. Like whether it's like you know her or she reminds you of somebody that you knew, or Something like that.
I can't quite put my finger on it, and I can't.
Oh, fuck. Nope. That's it. Sorry, that's it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I can't put my finger on it, but I don't want to be a bother. But I'm getting a feeling off of this one, and she'll point to the woman in the braids. I can't remember, but I just got this certain type of feeling, like, maybe we know each other. She's going to get real excited.
Okay, that is everyone, and then obviously the mayor.
Aww.
Okay, is that all the pictures? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Who am I missing?
No one, because there's twins.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Perfect. 9 people.
I mean, she has to be good because, the mayor's with her, right?
Sure.
Right. So, I mean, what do we do now? I mean, we have the picture. We know that the Black Rider was with Mr. Sir. Do we do what Valrin said and just maybe go to the ranch, count the ranch hands, and, go in guns blazing after we get a posse? Or do we track down these people? Because I'm in favor of tracking down these people because, I just remember someone in there and, maybe they'll be able to help us out. But then...
You think that the mayor just happened to have a photo of the 9 particular individuals surrounding the suspicions of his death tucked into an envelope in his pocket at the same time that he happened to get filled full of lead?
Well, maybe it's just a coincidence. I don't know.
I agree that this letter is something worth looking into. I haven't heard mention of no son by the name of Duncan. Might be wanting to ask around Titus about that, the mayor's son. See if he knows anything about Duncan or the Light Leafs or the Elderwood. Maybe not.
His name was Maverick. And I don't think Titus is the mayor's son either.
We totally heard that the mayor's son Titus was pocketing something from the pumpkin at the harvest.
No, that was the mayor. That was Longhorn went over and picked up the face stone from the pumpkin.
Oh, man. Dang bad notes.
I don't even remember. Was Titus at the Harvest Festival?
No, I don't think he was.
He brought people into town, and that was the last we heard of him.
No, the last we saw of Titus was him talking to Fox.
Yeah.
He got a
Fox
reading
into
from
town,
Fox, right?
Yeah, a 1-card reading. But no, the mayor is the one that went over and picked up the face stone from the pumpkin.
All right.
Who's Duncan?
That's in Ryan's campaign. He's crossing notebooks.
Did I say Duncan instead of Maverick?
You
He did.
My eyes were searching the letter for Elderwood and Lightleaf, and my mind just blanked on Duncan for the name. Let me just say that again. So, this letter is certainly something interesting and worth looking into about this son of the mayor's by the name of Maverick. I did some wandering nearby the Elderwood myself, and I think at the very least these elves might want to know what became of, well, of their lover's fling back in the day, of his current predicament.
Are we sure the mayor is actually dead?
He's dead, all right.
He don't look to be breathing.
Then I agree with Valorant. We probably should inform the elves about the mayor's death.
I will, Valrin, you do know where the Elderwood is. It is
A long ways away.
It is as far away from you as you could get right about now. I will take you over to that map so everyone else can
What I'm
see.
saying is
Anybody have
sentiment's
sentiment?
nice and all, but I'm not one for believing that there's any sort of coincidence involving these individuals and the mayor's death. I think we're going to have better luck searching closer to what's available nearby with what's going on with Mr. Sir and some of the locals. Somebody mentioned poking about the mine or looking around his estate, and well, I suppose I'm throwing my vote in around that end.
Well, yeah, he mentioned that they found something mysterious in the mine that.
Something that's going to change this place into something more.
I guess it's probably important we find out what that is.
If he has more than just gold in the mine, then it would be very valuable considering the circumstances. We might want to invest the mine ourselves and see what's there before Mr. Sir comes in and tries to take over that particular piece of property.
Blythe, you'd mentioned something about the Greywoods wells drying up. Think that's anything involving Mr. Sir?
Well, I mean, I was just asking about the wells because I'd heard something about wells drying up. I was just curious because if you got farmland, you kind of need water. But wells can just dry up all the time, whether it just happens.
Well, it's evening, right?
Yeah, it is. It's getting late now.
Guys, I mean, I know that there's been a lot that's happened. I know myself, I'm feeling a little exhausted from the day. And I know we're not going to go do anything super rash tonight, I'd hope. I'm gonna kind of go and gather my thoughts and think about if this is something I want to pursue full time or if maybe my talents are best used elsewhere. So if you don't mind, I'm just gonna kind of nod to Scratch and kind of make her way to the door.
But do you have any places to stay tonight? Because, I mean, we could talk to Thelma and maybe you could stay with us and then we could all gather up here and maybe formulate some sort of plan.
I got my wagon. It's pretty comfortable.
Are you sure? I mean, we could all bunk together. I mean, I think my room's a bit small, but, I mean, I don't know. I've been in your cart once, but, I mean, why not just stay,
I think sometimes it's really good to have your own thoughts to yourself on important decisions such as this one.
All right.
I understand where you're coming from, Fox, but it might be in the best interest for us to all stay near each other.
Well, this town's pretty small.
Considering that a high privileged and prominent figure of the neighborhood was just assassinated, I don't think that it's wise for all of us to separate for the evening, considering that the assassin has seen all of our faces this evening.
I mean, not to be rude, but if he wanted us dead, we'd all be dead right now.
I
And she's
understand.
Yeah.
But considering that he's returning to his employer and he could have to finish the job this evening, I think it might be best for us to all stay close.
I actually feel like our odds might be better if we're further away. We'd have a little bit of a warning if someone else got shot in the middle of the night.
Well, if I didn't know any better, I would think that maybe you just think that you don't like us. Is that what you're trying to say, Fox?
In my experience, it's hard to decide if you like someone in just a day.
I mean, okay, I guess. I mean, I understand.
Don't worry.
I know
I've
I
known you
come-
for longer than a day. So
I
we're
know
fine.
that I come off a little bit, like a little bit too strong, but I try to be so friendly. I'm just saying, I agree with Robert. I mean, I just don't want to see anyone else get hurt because the mayor, he was so kind and he died, and I don't want to see any more people that I
Rebecca.
know die.
I don't think we got any reason to be worried.
I
You got
understand.
nothing that man wants.
Okay.
Now you just sleep your pretty little head tonight and don't you worry.
All right. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll go step out for a minute and compose myself.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Fox will kind of like pat Rebecca on the back as she walks by, and then Fox will start making her way to her wagon. I'll see you guys in the morning. I guess we'll find a spot to.
If Roger can, before Fox leaves, I'll try to whisper something to her.
You can try. No.
I would like to try.
Okay.
So before she tries to leave the mayor's manor, I'll say, if you are not here for the betterment of this town, it's in your best interest to leave here in the dead of night so you don't get wrapped up in what Valorant and I are planning to do. I wish you the best of luck on your ventures. But if you're just gonna cower and flee, now is the time.
Fox is just gonna kind of look him up and down, and kind of walk away without saying or any visible, hopefully no visible emotions.
Yeah, I mean, resting bitch face does a lot of work, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So Fox and Scratch turn and leave. Scratch, he had a hard time hearing what he was trying to say.
That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah. So that leaves Valorant, Rebecca, Blythe, and Roger at the mayor's manor, who is still laying on the ground.
I mean, I would assume we
He's
put a blanket
really
over
big.
him, right?
Okay, who's supposed to pick him up?
Would have thrown a sheet over him.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Like,
So
come on.
there's a body with a sheet over it laying in the doorway.
Yeah, problem solved itself.
I trust
Gingerly
Rebecca's
step
word.
over it.
Roger trusts Rebecca's word, but he will try his own medicine check just to see if he's actually dead after all this conversation has happened.
Okay.
I'm going to save you the check. Yeah, he did.
Good.
But is he
I
dead
agree with
or?
Should,
If you're asking me if he is almost dead or all dead, the answer is he's all dead. The only thing you could do is go through his pockets and look for loose change.
Aw.
I wasn't sure
I already
if
tried.
We
he
have
was
to.
on death saving throws or if he died outright.
What?
I'm sure if he was on death saving throws or if he died outright because I have a healing potion.
No, I tried to heal him. He was dead.
There we go. He's dead.
I mean, Blythe if you want me to make me a medicine check, I'll allow you to do that to see why your healing didn't work.
I'll try. He's not too good at that, but I'll attempt it. Life
Yeah.
doesn't know shit right
No
now.
clue. No clue. That has never happened before.
How many is that now? Is that 4?
That's a lot of natural ones.
It is a
I
lot of
believe
ones.
we're
Mostly.
at 5 now. We're at
Like
5
every
nat
other
ones
roll?
now.
Wait, are you counting the one that?
I mean, Scratch rolled with disadvantage, so he got a 1, and
Oh, okay.
then yeah, it's a lot of
We're at
ones.
5.
Okay.
Should we try to move him, out the door? I don't think folks want to wake up and see the mayor dead in his, on his doorstep.
I can bury him if that appeases everyone else.
So,
I mean-
Roger, you would know that that's not how like the Church of the Sovereign Host like handles funerals. It would be very disrespectful to just go straight up bury him right now.
I would like to hold a ceremony for the town mayor, considering what has happened in the last few days.
We should wait for the sheriff to wake up, see what he makes of this whole mess.
And I'm glad I'm not there for this awkwardness.
But Blythe is certainly going to attempt to move the mayor out of the doorway if nobody else is going to.
I thought we brought him up to a bed and put a sheet on him.
So sorry, is anyone going to help Blythe?
Rebecca would.
I mean,
when she-
All
Roger
right.
was helping
if-
moving the body originally too, so I don't know.
All right,
where we
if there are
stopped.
2 of you moving him, then I won't make you make checks. So yeah, you're able to move the mayor inside, put the sheet over him, and it's just the 4 of you. What would you like to do?
I'll
should
ask.
we alert?
Oh, go ahead.
Should we alert the church? Should we alert the church?
Or try to rouse the sheriff.
I think
Oh
we
yeah,
might,
yeah, that's right.
I think we might want to rouse the sheriff and perhaps tell Alma about what has happened here. She might like to know what's happening in the town at the moment.
You might want to let her know to arm themselves in case that Mr. Sir's rider comes heading over to the theater to make another offer.
I'll look to
I'll go
Valrin.
warn her.
I'll look to Valrin. Will you protect Rebecca in my stead?
I can keep an eye on her.
All right, I'm trusting you. And Roger will just start running towards Alma. Rebecca, you stay with Valrin here.
I mean, I wasn't really going to go anywhere without, a buddy. Because, buddy systems, always said buddy systems is always good to follow in this town. But yeah, sure. But you remember, do you need a buddy? Why don't you take Blythe with you?
I'm fine. Thank you, Rebecca. And Roger sprints out the door at his improved movement faster than I think anybody else, and he's going to run to the Soul Theater and talk to Alma.
So how long you been married?
What?
So how long have the 2 of you been hitched?
Me and Mr. Robert aren't married. He's just a really good friend of mine. We both work at the same establishment, and Miss Thelma has put me, and Thelma took me under her wing, and then took Mr. Roberts under her wing as well. And we're just all buddies together. We're not together. We're just friends.
Right. Sure you are. Just good friends
Yeah, good friends.
who work at the theater together.
Yep,
Certainly.
that is exactly what I said.
So what's got him keeping such a close eye on you?
Well, Miss Thelma has told me that I am kind of no, I just seem to get myself, some say I'm a little bit too trusting and too friendly, and I don't really have that good of a memory per se, so sometimes I tend to cause more trouble than I attempt to fix. So with Mr. Roberts around, I think Thelma, whenever I go outside, she's like, well, at least she's being looked after, because I do have a tendency to give away all my money to people in case they say that they remember me.
Well, that's honest.
Yeah. Why are do you like Mr. Roberts in that one?
Not, not quite. I don't think you got anything to worry about.
Okay, because like he's saying, I mean, he's gone through a lot of horrible stuff, but maybe his heart's open.
Maybe. Uh, we had an old mutual friend, went by the name of Grant Knight. You should ask him about him sometime.
I will. But again, I don't judge.
And
You ever
go ahead.
witness a murder?
And with that, so unless there's anything else anyone wants to do, eventually the sheriff does come to consciousness. Alma comes rushing over to the mayor's manor with Roger, and the situation begins to, be handled. Scratch and Fox are going to spend the night at her cart. Rebecca and Roger are going to stay at the Soul Theater. Valorant and Blythe can stay. Alma, invites you to stay at the Soul Theater. Or Valorant, you could go back to the Gold Coin Palace Hotel where the Hearts are staying.
All right.
Which would you like to do?
Oh, sorry. I'm going to head back to the Gold Coin Palace.
Cool. And Blythe, are you going to go with him?
Actually, I'm gonna have Blythe go take a look over, if anyone can point him in the right direction of Mr. Sir's ranch. I think it'd be better to do that during night rather than during the day.
So they do tell you, so the Iron Wheel Ranch, let me take you over to the world map here, because it's not like right outside of town. Like the
Mhm.
Iron Wheel Ranch is up here near the lake.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
The lake,
So
that is.
it's like right here near the edge of the lake in the forest. So that's about where it is. So it is almost a day's ride. Like it's a little
What
less
if
than a day out there.
what about if he wild shaped into a bird? Then how long would it take?
Like half a day.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's still quite a distance to get to his actual ranch is quite a distance.
Never mind then.
Because he has all those pastures and all that land for all of his cattle, and it's quite a ways away.
Okay, yeah, he'll go with Valorant then.
Okay.
That's gonna make staking out the ranch a lot harder than I thought it would be.
Mhm.
Because he would have to.
DM's like, yes, I
You
know.
were the first one to finally ask, like, hey, by the way, where is his ranch?
Because if he wanted to stake it out, he'd basically have to walk there and then wild shape once he's on the outskirts in order to actually do it.
Right, because right now you can only wild shape for like what, 3 hours?
1 hour.
Yeah, that won't get you there.
It's
Let me
like
look.
1/3 your level, right?
Yeah,
I think
she's
it's
level.
half an hour per level.
You
So
can
it's
stay in
like
B
an hour
shape
and a
for 1
half.
hour before reverting back to your normal form. It doesn't say anything about like
Oh, if you're a
per
moon
level.
druid, it changes the hours.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a Circle of the Land druid.
So you would have to ride out there like on a horse for a while. Like your scouting abilities would be great once you got there, but you'd have to like
Mhm.
ride out to the ranch, basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not that you can't. It's just it would take you a while.
And we never saw Blank again.
As Roger and Rebecca are walking back, she's going to turn to Roger and say, "Look, did you know that Valron might have a little bit of a crush on you? He asked if we were married, so I think he might have a little bit of an eye on you."
I had no idea. Oh, he is very special, to say the least. You don't see very many of his kind around these parts, but I don't know. I haven't thought too much about that.
I just want to let you know, no judgment.
Before we move on, Nick just remembered. Valorant, did you want to say anything to the sheriff about being the deputy?
If he regains
Yep.
consciousness, going to kind of like fill him in on what we found on the mayor, just in case he's got any information we don't, kind of a thing. Like, going to ask if he's cool with us taking his shotgun before taking it.
He is not cool with you taking his shotgun.
I think we should leave the mayor unarmed. Not the mayor, the sheriff unarmed.
Yeah. He tells you that like Pip quits every other week, just about. And so, but he would be interested if you wanted to like. Hold on, let me make a roll really quick.
I mean, Roger would like to, in his very little capacity, aid Valrin in his ascension to deputy of the town.
Do you want to be deputy, Ryan?
I'm down.
Okay. The sheriff tells you like to stop by his office like later, like, and he'll talk to you about it.
Nope.
You have an interview.
Exactly.
Hey-o.
Exactly.
Promotion.
So the next day, the church bells are ringing, announcing the death of the mayor, and everyone is out in the streets. The newspaper is running the story, and everyone is kind of aware of what happened the night before. And very quickly, the funeral is arranged for the next day. Not like, sorry, not like the exact next day, but like a few days down the road. Hold on, let me go to my calendar. Let me do this correctly. Okay. So the Harvest Festival happened on the 1st of Zarentir. So the news of the mayor's death would go out on Monday, basically, and his funeral is going to be on Thursday. So that'll be on the 5th of Zarentir. So in the like kind of 2 days in between the mayor's between the mayor's death and the mayor's funeral, sorry, 3 days. It'd be the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Is there anything that you guys would like to do during those 3 days? You essentially have some downtime. And Rachel, you level up to level 2.
Yay!
Wow. Does Roger like see this growth of character?
Yeah, there's a gold light and a ding, and you know.
I mean, since you guys are in love and living together, you should clearly see it.
That's not happening.
And you care about her so much.
Well,
That's my man.
Kelsey in the chat said that she ships Valrin and Roger, and came up with Valron. What is this? Valronker? Hold on, I'm gonna copy and paste this.
Tell Roger.
I feel like Valraj would work.
Valronger.
If it's Valrondra, I don't want to be Valriger.
I can't even at this point.
Valrog. So, is there anything anyone would basically like to do this week in town?
My
On-
investigation sucks, but I'd like to try to find out more about this man in black guy if we're going to be sticking around.
How are you going to go about gathering information about him?
Through Arcana and Athletics.
Explain.
I'm going to run around the town and look for signs of magic. No, I don't know.
What- Okay.
I'm going to do a backflip.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
That is
What is-
such a good way of investigating. Whoa.
Wouldn't that be acrobatics, not athletics?
For me, it's athletics.
All right, let me cut in here. Ben, what do you really do?
I think I'm just going to... I am going to like try to sort of ask around. I mean, I'm not a very talkative person, but I'll ask Paris and try to just see if I, see any signs of this guy or if he like comes back in town or anything.
All right, go ahead and make me a persuasion check.
Persuasion?
Yeah, you're talking to
Persuade?
people, trying to get them to tell you information
I'm
about a
talking
scary dude.
I was
talking
gonna
to
say about a big
Paris.
scary dude.
Talking to my boss. It's not the same thing.
I mean, Paris will kind of, I mean, he came into Paris's shop, so Paris does like know who he is. Doesn't know much about him, but he just knows that he's Mr. Sir's bodyguard, like Mr. Sir's man. That's what he calls him.
I rolled a 9.
Most of the information that you get about him is pretty on its face, right? Like there's a bit of a mystery. Like nobody really knows like who he is. Like they don't even know his name, right? They just call him the Black Rider. They know that he's Mr. Sir's man. They don't like really know. They know he's dangerous. They know he's a really good shot, right? But as far as like anything that you didn't really already know or could infer, you don't really learn anything about him.
Oh, that was a waste of 3 days.
That was a waste of 3 days. Hold on. I would like to make sure I stash away the last item in that the deed to the mine. She's gonna stash it in her wagon, and she's gonna make sure she casts alarm on her wagon, so in case there's any unwanted.
Okay.
Intrusion.
Do you have the letter and the picture as well?
Yeah, I guess she probably would have taken it back after everyone read it. Sure.
Okay.
So she'll stash the letter and the picture in one place, and then she'll try and put the deed in like a different, more secretive, different spot. Because I feel like that's super valuable and something people could potentially want to come after. But yeah, she'll cast alarm on her wagon, continuously, making sure it's always. Does it just stay forever or?
I think alarm lasts for like 8 hours or something like that.
Yeah, 8 hours. Okay, yeah. So she's definitely gonna do that,
Mhm.
every 8 hours or so. But she would like to go to this mine that everyone keeps talking about. Like, I don't know if she'll actually go. She might go inside a little bit. But kind of see like, is there like always workers there? Is it like an abandoned mine? Like, she's gonna kind of go around there and see what she can.
Okay. Make me a perception check, or perception or investigation. It's up to you.
Do investigation for 14.
14. So like just poking around, like walking up to like, you know, the outskirts of the mine, because it's like just outside of town. It's not too far. You can see that like there seems to be like activity, like recent activity, but it doesn't look like it was necessarily like it's necessarily active right now. Like it's not abandoned, like people still come and go through here. But you can see that there aren't people like hard at work today, you know. That could be because their boss just got murdered and no one's sure who owns this place now. But yeah, it doesn't look abandoned.
Well, then Fox would like to try and go inside a little bit. And she's gonna be wary of booby traps and stuff. But yeah, I'd like to just explore just a hair inside, like kind of get an idea
Sure.
for the. I mean, I guess it's a mine, you know. Probably it's not like, oh, well, this is what you're looking for.
Yeah,
But you know,
absolutely.
is there anything weird about it, eerie vibes or anything like that?
Well, give me one moment.
And if Fox dies, guys, she's in the mine. And it's her mine because she's the deed. No.
And I still haven't figured out how to do dynamic lighting, but one day I will. So, Fox. See, did I get you in there? Okay.
And obviously, Scratch is going with Fox wherever she goes.
That makes sense. I will let you go with her. Eventually, you give up on talking to people.
I probably should have helped you with that, but
It
she was
didn't
more
take very long.
curious. He comes back and she's like, God damn it, where'd Fox go?
Okay, I wish I could see what this looks like for y'all. Ryan, you're gonna have to teach me how dynamic lighting works.
Think about it like tracing out what you don't want people to see through. So like anywhere there's a wall, and so
Mhm.
anywhere there's an opening, you want to make sure there's no lines, but also like I'll just take like some screenshots of my dynamic lighting layers.
Yeah, you just show it to me. Like I also haven't played played around with it too much. But as you come in, can you see this whole like bottom right hand
Yes,
corner?
we
Okay.
can see only the bottom right corner.
Okay. Because like how far is that? Yeah, that's like 30 feet. Okay. So yeah, I mean like coming in, there's like a you can see this like holding area that has like barrels and shovels and picks and all of your, you know, your mining equipment and other things like that. There's a ladder that leads down deeper into the mine, and you can, if you when you walk out, I'm just gonna reveal. I'm gonna reveal a little more of this because this is lit up down here. So yeah, you can see down into the mine. You can see that there are tracks kind of leading in that have carts filled with like ore and other things like that. But you don't see anyone walking around. Make me a perception check.
A 3. I'm probably not the person to be investigating things.
Did I
You
also make a
don't.
perception check?
Sure, you are with her. Sure. You don't hear anything. You don't smell anything out of the ordinary. You know, it's a
It looks like a mine.
it's a mine.
I'd like to go over to these like barrels. Are they like super sealed? Because I'd like to try and like poke my head in and see like maybe what. I don't know if these are supplies for the workers, like food rations, or if they're things that are coming out of the mine. I don't know if we've ever talked about what they mined in here. Is it a gold mine or?
It's a gold mine.
It's a gold mine. Okay, cool.
But yeah, this are shovels, picks, ropes, you know, other pieces of like steel and other things like that. There's some gunpowder in here, some dynamite, you know, that kind of stuff. Mining supplies.
What do you think it is they found in here, Scratch? Or Zeke? Zeke.
I don't know what they would have found in here, but if they're mining, it's probably gold.
He said he's gonna change the town though. She's gonna walk over to this ladder. I guess it goes down.
It goes down. Yep.
Yeah, and she'll kind of look down the cliff and.
Yeah, I mean, you see a mine. You don't see anything moving or anything down
Yeah.
there.
I just don't know if I want to try and go further or not. I'm debating still.
I'll go down.
Huh?
And I head down the ladder.
Okay. Going down, Scratch, you see that there are tracks leading to the left and right, and then going down, you can see that there are more tracks leading to the south.
Does it look like an Indiana Jones roller coaster?
A little bit.
Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna go take a look and see if there's anything that would indicate what they're mining.
Yeah, I mean, moving here, you can see a little bit. See, this is where dynamic lighting would be cool. Like you can see a little bit deeper into the mine. I think there we go. That should be along your line of vision there, and you can hear the sound of rushing water.
So they mentioned the wells being dried up, and this is like obviously an underground river. I mean, I know we wouldn't know exactly. Would we know where the well is in location to this river? Like, would it make sense that that river ran dry and there's still a whole bunch of water here?
Well, the mayor said that the wells were running dry out in Graywood, which is pretty far away from here.
Oh, okay, it's far away. It's not super close. Okay.
But you can see that Scratch, like what they're doing is they're using the current to operate some of the mining tools. So you can see like as it's running, there's like a mill that's like moving it up and down and moving the mining tools. Scratch, as you get there, I need you to make me another perception check.
Can't decide if I want to use physical dice or keep rolling online. Guess I'll roll.
Uh, 15. You hear the sounds of like chittering and what sounds like something that's eating metal off to your left.
Yeah, signal back to Fox and tell her to just stay back.
And we did complete a long rest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, 9, 12.
Okay. I'm going to sneakily try to make my way over and get a better view of what's going on.
All right. Make me a stealth check. And you have
16.
Do you have disadvantage because of your armor?
I have advantage because of my armor.
Oh, okay. Oh no. Scratch.
Oh no, don't say that.
So, Scratch, as you kind of make your way up to like this corner to like look around, you see is your armor, is it made of iron?
No, it's leather armor.
Do you have any iron weapons on you? Oh, you have your guns. Yes, you do.
Yeah, I've got my guns.
You see this monstrous head whip around, and its antenna are twitching, and you can see that its like antenna are pointing right at you, and you can see this monstrous. Make me
Yes!
an Arcana
Oh
check.
God!
I love this monster.
Oh God! Run, Zeke, run!
About
Yeah,
a 14.
Don't bring
Scratch.
the one person.
This is a monster of nightmare for blacksmiths. This is a rust monster,
Of course it is.
and I need you to roll initiative.
Oh no!
Don't bring the one person who doesn't use metal objects for fighting.
Oh wait, sorry. Hold on. I'm gonna have to re-edge. Well,
I still
clear the
can't
list.
roll
Okay.
initiative.
Why not?
Are you clicking on your token and then rolling?
Okay, I can roll in D&D Beyond, but not on Roll20. So I don't know. Roll20 says it's not connected to my character sheet.
Looks like it went through.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
on
see it.
D&D Beyond it lets me, but I tried to roll it twice on Roll20 and it didn't let me. So I don't know.
Well, Fox, you are up first. As you see, Scratch kind of stops dead in his tracks as he sees something up ahead of you.
What is it? What'd you find?
Monsters.
And her face just kind of like drops. Like, is he being serious? Oh, hold on, I'm reading spells.
Now's no time to be reading your spells. It's time to be casting them.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself.
Ben, you picked the wrong partner.
Hey, hey, okay, I'm a great partner. I make his rolls awesome to save me.
All right, so Fox casts Mage Armor on herself. What does it look like when Fox casts this spell?
I know there's a game that does this. It's like, so when she casts this spell, she's whispering, and like her whole body, there's like this glimmer of gold that it like kind of like almost faintly, you don't see it, but there's like this like layer of gold that like flashes over her body as it like sets in.
So there's just like this shimmer.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
know there's a
excellent.
game that makes people glow gold, like, but I don't remember the game.
Like Halo, like an overshield.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
that's probably it.
would you like to move?
She's gonna wait to see what Scratch does, because if Scratch tries to approach them, she's obviously gonna try and help him. But yeah, she's gonna not move until he moves. But she's not gonna leave him, but she's not gonna get closer if there's monsters.
All right. Ben, to answer your question, yes, they're eating a mining cart. There are four. There appears to be four monsters eating a mining cart,
Okay.
and two of them are looking directly at you.
Excellent. Well, as always, I have my smith's tools with me, including a smithing hammer. So I'm going to take the smithing hammer and try to toss it over there.
Okay. Go ahead and make me an attack roll to see if you hit your target.
Let's find a ranged attack. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, you're clink, clink, clink. You know, your tools are able to clank down onto the ground. Anything else you'd like to do?
I'm going to move back there and get behind this other cart.
Okay. All right. You see, as you offer up more metal and begin to wander away, this one like kind of goes over and begins devouring your tools. The others seems to be staying on the cart. So, unless you two would like to engage, it looks like they are preoccupied with their meal. If you would like to run away.
I vote running away. After like that one comes around the corner and Fox sees it,
I think
She's
we need to get out of here.
yeah, she's gonna like not say anything, but she's gonna point to the ladder and turn and go.
All right, and Scratch and Fox are able to exit the mines safely.
God, I knew that there'd be something in there. I just didn't know what, and my curiosity needed to know. So that was what we did with our day, guys. That was fun.
So while Scratch and Fox are investigating the mine, is there anything else anyone else would like to do?
Rebecca, whenever she can, if she's wandering around town or in the saloon, would every passersby, and she does this a lot, she would like to describe the woman that she had an inkling of an idea that she might have known to the patrons or to the other city goers and asking them, does that look familiar? Woman, braids and everything, darker complexion, kind of has like a mean old glare. Know anything about that? So she'll go around asking strangers if they know. And yeah.
Okay.
And
roll me a D100. Roll me a percentile.
all right. 72.
Okay. Nobody you talk to seems to know who you're talking about.
Are they annoyed?
Let's see. No, they're not annoyed. They understand. You're part of the community. Like they talk. They're used to talking to you.
Oh, that's
Crazy Rebecca. Like.
well, dang it. Well, that's what she's going to do.
All right. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before the mayor's funeral?
Valorant's gonna swing by the sheriff's office to get deputized officially.
Yes.
Dang, Valron is just moving up in this world.
As you're like on your way, Mr. Hart does stop you, and because you kind of talked with him about it, and he's gonna ask you if like this means that you're gonna stop helping at the ranch.
For the foreseeable future, my work days might be otherwise preoccupied. If you wouldn't mind finding some temporary assistance about the place. Unfortunately, it seems as though the fates have larger plans.
And with that, he would ask Blythe if he still wants to work on the ranch.
I think she's BRBing.
Summer? She BRB? Oh, she did. Okay.
Yeah, she did.
Well, we'll ask her that question when she gets back. Valorant, you walk into the police station, and the sheriff is still moving like very slowly, and he kind of motions you over to his desk, like he doesn't even get up, and he shakes your hand and please sit down, sit down. I hear that during that little interaction that you showed great initiative, even when that dumbass Pip just ran out.
Well, I see it. You did me a solid setting me up at the Hart's Ranch when I rolled into town. Just repaying the favors, all.
I appreciate that. I do. Well, I think you have proven yourself very, I wasn't sure if I could trust you when I first met you. You seemed like I don't know, like, you were keeping a lot of yourself to yourself. Yeah, you know what I mean. But
He
I
kind of points at his own horns, but doesn't say anything.
get it. I get it. But I think you've proven yourself a trustworthy member of this year community. So, and he shoves the like little star that says deputy across over to you, and he says, "I'm hereby offering you a chance to be a deputy of this year town."
Is it too soon to ask for a favor as your newest deputy?
Ask away.
Next time Pip finds his way out of his cuffs and comes clambering back for the badge, would you mind sending him by the Hart's Ranch? They could use an extra hand over there.
Oh, I wouldn't do that to Armand. Pip would be just next to useless out there.
Fair enough.
Yeah. We'll fig.
They'll figure something out.
Well, I mean, I tell you what, I'm not gonna have work for you every day. I could always send word for you if I need you. And you do see he has like a little like silver raven on his desk, and he says this little thing could send. I could send it and send a message to you real quick.
Take a curious look at it. Ryan sure knows what it is, but Valorant probably doesn't.
Maybe, I don't know. Make me an Arcana check.
11?
I mean, you've heard of like messenger birds, like these like it's like a magical item that like can send a message.
All right. Never been on the receiving end of one of these things. You're sure it'll be able to find me?
I'm sure. Yeah, as long as you're with I mean the Heart Ranch isn't too far out of town, so I'm sure.
Well, seeing as how, well, things almost went south pretty quickly there.
Yeah, I still don't know how we're gonna handle this whole situation. I'd love to be able to say that we could bring that man to justice, but seeing as what he did and what he can do, I don't know if I could get enough people round up to bring him in.
I heard mention that he was poking about the theater with some of the folk there, trying to buy the place out.
The Black Rider was trying to buy something?
Mr. Sir.
Oh,
We think the Black Rider is in Mr. Sir's employ. Not too sure what he's planning at, but thinking maybe if he was poking around town, there might be some others worth inquiring with.
Mr. Sir got quite a few hired gun out there at his ranch, so again, I don't know if we could rustle up the manpower for this particular judgment.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if we got the military involved, but that would take forever if they do it at all. I could make a. Oh, go ahead.
Best we stay smart about this, bide our time and wait for an opportunity to present itself, rather than trying to face this head on.
That was my thinking as well. For now, I think we need to lay the mayor to rest and then elect a new mayor.
Don't suppose I could throw in my own 2 cents for that as well.
Which
Says,
is
like clearly joking.
oh, you're making a joke. I'm gonna like having you around here. All right. And is Summer back? Oh, Summer is back.
I
Hey,
am back. Sorry,
Summer.
I was grabbing food real quick.
Sorry, Valorant was just deputized. Mr. Hart asked you if you were planning on still sticking around the ranch and coming out to help.
I mean, yeah. If he needs the help, life
He
will help.
does. If Valorant's gonna go be a deputy, he definitely needs the help.
Yeah, he'll Blythe will lend a hand over at the ranch. You know, that's what he's good at that shit.
All right, perfect. So is there anything else anyone would like to do before the funeral?
Maybe perhaps go to the theater and talk to the lady who owns the theater just to figure out why Mr. Sir is so interested in buying her property, see if she's willing to talk.
Sure. So let me. All right. So Rebecca and Roger, one of the days you two are working in the theater, and Fox and if I can, Fox's token will come out. Fox, there she is, and Fox and Scratch come walking in the door. Because I'm assuming Scratch is with her wherever she goes.
He's my shadow.
Yeah, pretty much.
Is that where
I like
Telma
to kick
is? Oh, sorry.
Alma Telma, she's actually hanging out in the bar with the two of you. She's just working on some paperwork when Scratch and Fox walk in, and you see Alma Telma stands pretty tall. She's like 5'10", and she has this dark red hair and this outrageous outfit that allows her to what?
I love it.
Yep. And and then you see Rebecca is behind the bar, cleaning glasses, and Roger is working up on the stage, working on some of the background. He's got some paints out and he's like painting a background.
If Rebecca sees the two of them enter before Alma Telma, she would kind of like to get her attention. Go, see, those are the people I told you about. Fox and Scratch, real nice people I told you about.
She'll put her like papers down and she'll like greet you as you come in. She'll say, "Welcome, friends of Rebecca and Roger. Is your name actually Fox?"
It is. She called Fox for a while, but I think she's got it straightened out.
Like as you say that, you see there's this look on her face. She's like, Rebecca remembered somebody.
Look at her.
Yeah, and
I
so
was
she.
actually the one that picked her up in the middle of the desert a few months back, I guess. Funny running into her again.
Oh, the fortune teller. She told me about you when she first came, and then kind of never mentioned you again.
I kind of forgot.
It's okay. It's okay, darling. You look. Um, how can I be of service to you?
I'm not gonna lie here. I don't really know if I'm just grasping at straws here. It's just with everything that happened. I'm sure Rebecca told you all the details. If not, Roger, she'll usher over, probably filled you in.
Yes, I'm aware.
And I just heard that Mr. Sir came knocking around here wanting to buy your property. I was just kind of curious if you know why this place would be of any importance to him.
Well, it is, as you can see, the nicest business in town. But as to why, I am not entirely sure. I know that he has a strong interest in many of the businesses in town. I assume he would like to own the town, basically, is my guess.
Stepping stones. I just wasn't sure if there was some weird history or, ancient Indian burial ground spooky stuff that happens around here.
Not that I'm aware of, my dear. I built this place with my own two hands, so unless there was something
You'll see
buried
Fox
underneath that I was not aware of.
Fox is visibly impressed by when she says she built it, on her own because this place is freaking amazing. I have a wagon.
I've seen it. It is quite a lovely wagon.
Yeah. Well, I figured I was grasping at straws here. I just was wondering if, he seemed like the kind of person who just likes to own everything. Just weird that he's got such a hold on this little town here, But I didn't have to.
Rich men try to impose themselves on anyone that they can.
That is the truest thing I've heard in a while.
How long has he
But
been around?
oh, he came to this area about the same time that the good old Longhorn Jack did. I know that he's had his ranch established for a while. He has the backing of the dragon marked houses, so it does make it easy on
Dragon
him.
mark houses?
Yeah, the noble families from the kingdom. He is, I believe, he's a member of, and she's like snapping her fingers trying to remember, what house he's a member of,
That
and
Mr. Sir?
yeah, Mr. Sir. Yeah, he's a member of House Orion,
Does his money just come from the ranching?
and from his house, I presume. They do fund projects, though. No telling what other than the cattle ranching and other things that nature.
I didn't think the houses had much truck with what was going on out here.
Most don't. Mr. Sir is, as far as I'm aware, the only noble in the area. I don't know anyone else that's part of the Dragon Marked house in these parts.
Well,
Sorry,
Is
I was
there
writing notes.
is there
Uh,
something in particular that I can help you with?
Oh, well, if your bar's open, I'd go for a drink right about now.
Absolutely. Have Tell Rebecca what you'd like. She's always could use the practice.
Well, Rebecca, whip me up your favorite, your special.
Right,
Whatever your
uh-huh. Right. How about you tell me you're special? I'm what would I don't really have a special. Can you tell me yours?
how about a whiskey neat? That'd be good.
Right. Whiskey. Hold
Okay,
on.
you.
Hold on. Whiskey is brown. It makes it grow. She'll go below the counter and you'll hear her start singing her little song. Makes your hair grow. Vodka is clear. It makes your throat burn. Wine is purple. Makes your eyes glaze. Rum is fruity. Makes it go patootie. Beer is yellow. Makes it fella. Yeah. Oh right. Okay. Here's a whiskey. Wait. What else did you need?
Just the whiskey's good.
Okay.
And
Here's
glass,
your.
preferably, but they'll probably go the same way.
Okay. She will get really into handing you a glass, end up dropping it, pick up another glass and put it on the table. Smile a little bit like I planned to do that. Totally.
Fox will smile and take the glass, hopefully filled with whiskey.
The second one is for sure.
The second one, yeah, okay. I'll take it.
Alma turns and says, "Don't worry, I budget that in."
And she'll raise her glass. Zeke, did you want any?
I reckon I'll have what you'll have.
Perfect. One for each of us, darling. And you all share a drink.
It sounds like a good day. Good day.
Is there anything else you'd like to discuss with the Cobalt Master?
That's all I got right now.
All right. Then why don't we take like a 5-minute break? And when we come back, we will do the mayor's funeral.
Aw. He's the mayor.
So we all get to just shoot our pistols into the air at the funeral, right?
I sure hope so.
I mean, that's how they did in the Old West.
It'd be rude not to.
Yeah.
All right, time to check the Discord for the gifts. Okay. I was really disappointed you guys didn't want to fight the rust monsters. It made me sad.
There were rust monsters?
In the mine?
Yeah. Scratch and Scratch and Fox went to the mine to investigate and they saw rust monsters, but they ran
Oh,
away
how
from them.
fun. I bet that's a surefire way to get tetanus.
Definitely. And to have your items eaten. Oh, and Ryan, to answer your question, clearly it's the Kobold Master. Clearly.
I was just wondering if she looked like she might just be 3 tiny creatures in a trench coat.
Almost, right?
It's in front of our face the whole time.
Right? See. Kind of wanted to wait for Lucas to be back before we did this. I see no problem here. Having fun so far?
Yes.
It's awesome.
Real fun time.
At least you guys talked a little bit about your problems.
Who talks about
Character
problems?
development.
I don't know if I'd quite call you guys a party yet, but
We're a group of people. We're getting
We're
together.
You are definitely a group of
acquaintances.
people.
you are
We're-
definitely a group of people.
We're conversating, you know.
Hey, I think it's cool that we're actually, requiring some character development before we all say, oh, yeah, of course we're going to risk our lives together.
I was really wondering if y'all were just going to go charging after him, because that would have been interesting.
I think we would have died.
Oh, hardcore.
I just thought it was like the first instinct was like, let's go bring him to justice, and then we were like, wait a minute. We might not be
bigger than we
capable.
expected.
We might not be capable of that.
Seeing that, the Black Rider just murked the fucking mayor. Yeah, I don't
In
think we should
broad
just.
midnight.
I
No
mean,
kidding. In broad midnight.
He didn't just murk the mayor. He also kind of murked the sheriff.
Yeah, with whatever the hell he did with the shield shit.
Who knows? Some magical bullshit, probably.
Probably.
That will
Probably
definitely
some-
be a problem in our
Probably
future.
a magic item rather than a spell.
Who knows? He could just be, a god.
Oh
You could just
God.
ask
That's
him, right?
That's probably. You know what? That's right. You should just ask.
I'm sure he makes lovely conversation.
Yeah. Very much conversationalist.
Oh my God! Wait, is the funeral a trap? Is he going to come back and just kill some of the leaders of the town at this funeral?
The only leader left is the sheriff.
Oh God!
He ain't
And
much a leader.
technically Valron.
Yeah, I guess. They are the only law in town.
So I'm on the short track to being mayor already.
This whole campaign is a non-combat campaign. What are you talking about? You could have just fought rust monsters, so you chose not to.
We're making intelligent decisions.
Oh, you mean okay, on purpose. Oh, you mean in this game you guys can show restraint, but when Rafal is there, I see how it is.
We didn't
As long
kill
as no
anybody when
one's telling
Rafal
us.
wasn't there.
Yeah, exactly.
We didn't kill
actually
anybody.
But you almost killed people.
We're
No.
all actually chaotic good. We can't stand having people tell us what we should be doing.
So
Mhm.
if I heard right, it was kids almost died, Shreves almost died, Amanda
That
almost
wasn't.
Well,
Uh,
hold on.
That wasn't our fault.
Yes,
That is
and
accurate.
Yeah.
all three of those are related.
died.
And we
Hey,
saved
let me read
them.
my notes for you guys.
And we did spare some people, Maybe it was because we were all
No, we
drinking
didn't.
at the time.
They
No,
disappeared.
no. They
Oh
disappeared.
yeah, they disappeared. Oh yeah.
Who disappeared?
People?
People.
No one.
Yeah.
Did all the favorites get away?
No.
No.
Yes. No. No? Dude, I have to admit, Summer, like I can barely
You were
remember.
so drunk. You fell out of the microcomputer chair. You
Almost
face
fat.
planted.
Almost. No, that was when I was
She was
like,
doing
hey,
some yoga bullshit and then fell flat on her face. Almost fell
This
on my
does explain a
dog.
few
Thankfully.
things. This explains the need for the spicy chips,
mhm.
the sudden desire for the red hot Cheetos, and the fact that every time Callum did something in the background while she was in theory muted, she'd be going like, "Oh, I'm really getting into him now."
Oh my god.
What's that? I missed that.
I had to my mic is really sensitive, so I had to mute myself whenever she would talk because she'd think that she was talking quietly, but she wasn't.
I'm sorry.
I'm
thought it
so
was awesome.
sad that there's no VOD of this. Oh no. That's the worst.
And if
Speaking
you
of
look at this,
VODs,
Steven, you'll be able to look at my really intricate note-taking skills I took.
I can read Callum,
That's all I can read.
Requisitor coming to, and right?
I think,
wait, you can read this?
I can read some of the words. I see
Callum,
Callum at the
Callum,
top.
Dilemma, Anna with rum, Mike.
It seemed Requisitors
without-
coming to Arboretum. I can read that
Oh,
very
yeah, Requisitors
clearly.
coming to Arboretum. Something
Team,
turn.
but
I hope you guys can understand them because I sure can't.
anticipate,
Anticipate. Right. I think that says right.
That might be fine.
Yeah,
or
right. Miss Taven.
I see Miss
Nice.
Haven.
Yeah.
Ryan, can you make heads or tails of this?
I also see
He's
when.
already reading out more than I can.
My dad
When?
had his handwriting, so I've learned how to read chicken scratch.
When
So I will say, even though I wasn't conscious, my body was still actively trying.
I see eye a few times.
yeah, I
Or
do.
no, once.
Hold on, let me open this for the stream. This is what we're talking about right now. These are Amanda's notes from last week. As you can see, riveting. Lucas, are you back?
I am an excellent note taker, guys.
Well, I guess.
What I understand, you have one of the most lore-heavy player characters, but these are your notes when you're drunk.
I knew that notes needed to be taken, so you know.
I mean,
Yeah.
there was an attempt, and I mean, 100%.
There was, and it's a valiant attempt.
Okay,
I
wait.
do think that like we've memorized most of the lore that we need to memorize for Nari's character. Like we have that stuff on lock. We're like, nope, no, it's this. Oh man. Anyways, let's get back to this campaign, shall we?
Let's attend a funeral.
Let's attend a
Let's
funeral.
Yee and ha.
So the morning of the 5th of Zarentir is the funeral of Mayor Longhorn Jack. Let's take over here. So as you come in, the organ's playing, and you and you see a lot of people that you know from the town are here. There are some people that you don't know that are here, and maybe some people that you recognize. I don't know.
Wait, that guy, he's from the picture.
Yes,
I see some people from the picture that the mayor had.
There's people from the
right
picture.
there, right there, right there. Oh my
Yeah,
god!
Right
there's so many.
here.
I saw that guy
Right
first, and then
there.
there's
Oh, Rebecca's getting excited. Like she is not paying attention.
Becca's seeing familiar faces.
Story nexus. Up in front of so basically what happens during a funeral for the sovereign host is they're very somber events. So everyone's pretty quiet and paying their respects. And there is like a funeral procession to the church, and then everyone is and then like the local custom is that people offer prayers and other things like that. And so the priest introduces himself. This is Josiah the Warforged, and he is the priest of the sovereign host here in town. And he offers a few prayers, and he talks about how Longhorn Jack touched the lives of so many people, and talked about all the good that he did in the community, and building up of the community, and how he invested a lot of his money into things like the school and the church, and he brought the different businesses to town, um and he invites people up to share stories of the mayor, and various townsfolk come up and share how the mayor helped them in their lives. And near the kind of the end of the ceremony, Josiah says that it is traditional to bury a sacrifice with the deceased in hopes that the item will distract the greedy keeper and allow the soul to slip past to Dulra. And so he says, in his kind of preacher voice, I guess I could have been doing this the whole time, but he's like, is there anyone that will bring up something that will distract the keeper, that will allow our great mayor to slip past his greedy eyes to Dolora? And as he says this, in from the back of the church enters a young man, young-ish man, and he is wearing
Duncan.
Who's Duncan? He's wearing a white cowboy hat, glasses. He has a braided beard, and he has his guns are kind of shoved into this like armor that he wears. That is this like pauldron and everything strapped across his chest. He has these feathers tied into his hair and his dreadlocks, and as he enters, you hear some of the townsfolk whispering the name Maverick. He comes in and he takes the water and he does the rite of the sovereign host, and he doesn't say anything as he walks up the center of the church. And Josiah kind of stopped talking, and there's just all eyes on Maverick as he just walks up beside the coffin, and he's wearing this like bolo tie around his neck. And he removes his cowboy hat and he takes off this bolo tie that has this like gold and turquoise inlaid, and he places that in the coffin, right on his father's chest, and then he turns and he begins to he turns around and he begins to exit the church without saying a word.
Fox would like to. She's gonna wait a minute, till things like as she's gonna get up and follow him.
Okay. So Fox, you immediately kind of stand up, and as he's about to like reach the door, you kind of catch up to him.
She'll let him lead. Like she doesn't want to start talking to him in the church because it's like super super quiet in here. So, like right outside.
All right. So Fox and Scratch, you follow Maverick outside. What are the rest of you doing as this happens?
Rebecca would kind of like to stealthily, like just very awkwardly grab a seat right next to this guy right here.
Okay.
And just sit down and kind of look at him.
All right. So we'll take things one step at a time here. We'll deal with what's going on outside of the church first, and then we'll come back inside. So Fox and Scratch, you see that as you kind of exit the church, that Maverick is undoing his horse from the post.
Excuse me, Mr. Maverick, sir, is it?
Maverick. Yeah, that's my name.
You seem to be.
Do I know you?
No, not even a little bit. However, I knew your And she's gonna kind of usher to the church without saying anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's something I think he would have really wanted you to have, but I don't have it on me right now. But if you give me, if you want to follow me to my wagon, I can get it for you. And she's gonna like point, and, like I think this is.
I mean, make me a persuasion check.
It's something your father left for you.
23.
We tried to put it in safekeeping.
He like looks you up and down. I'm gonna make an insight check for him.
we're creepy people that just, yeah.
Yeah, where are we going?
And the church is right next to like the cemetery, right?
Yeah, they're not very far away from each
So
other.
she's just gonna like point, and like you see his wagon on top of the hill.
Oh, all right. And he like undoes his horse and so did you I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Yeah, you can call me Fox in this here scratch.
All right. And had you know my pops?
If we're gonna be frank, I only met him 4 days ago. So no, I didn't know him well at all. I'm really sorry for your loss. Yeah. She's just gonna kind of like fiddle with her hands a little bit.
Do you know what happened?
She's gonna nod. Yeah, no, I was right there. We were so we were in his house. She's gonna kind of look to him and be like, it's gonna, so he invited us over, and we were, me and Scratch and a couple others, we were all talking about things that had happened at the festival, the Harvest Festival. It was really, really weird things. There's some very lively vegetables around here. And we went to leave, and he opened the door for us, and the Black Rider she's gonna like do like a finger gun, and there was that was it. I mean, there was nothing. We tried, and it was done. But I think he knew, because when we were talking with him, he grabbed this item, and he put it in his pocket. And after he died, I got it off of him. I thought it could be really important, and it was addressed to you. And we were just trying to figure out how to find you, but here you are. So I just thought,
Yeah, here I am. How serendipitous.
yeah. So you come through here often?
No, I left town. Oh, that must have been 5 years ago, 4 years ago. Oh, I lose track. But got word of my pop's passing, and we may have been not on speaking terms, but that doesn't mean that I want the keeper to get his soul. So I thought I would pay my respects.
Yeah, that was really, really good of you to do. I'm sure he's gonna be able to cross that path much easier now.
So you make your way over to your cart. Doesn't take very long.
She'll get in there and start rummaging around, and moving her mess around, and grab the letter with the picture along with the deed, and put them all together and put them back in the envelope, and close it up, and come out. This is what it was. I think he would have wanted you to have it. It seemed important.
It's open.
She's gonna
Just
shrug and
kidding.
hand it to him. Yeah, it's opened. Yeah, I read it.
He opens it up and kind of takes a look at everything, and he reads the letter, and you do see this kind of like his face is very stoic. It doesn't give away much.
Resting bitch face.
But you do see like as like he nears like the end of the letter, you do see that his eyes are misting up a little bit.
Aw.
And he kind of just like wipes like his eyes with a handkerchief and says, "Damn dust in this town."
Very
Um,
dusty.
okay, so what he wants? He's just like it's almost like he's like stopped like talking to you, and he's almost like talking to this letter,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And he's like, "So what do you want me to do? Run the mine?" And then he
There's rust monsters in there. It's very dangerous.
what you were you were poking around the mine? Why?
It seemed the reason he died could have had to do with the mine. He said that they found something in there that could change the town forever, and then after that he was killed. So I assume there might be something of importance in there. And she's gonna shrug, like
When you say that, it makes like a lot of sense to him. You can see he's kind of like nodding along with you, and he folds like the letter up and the deed and slips it in his jacket pocket, and then he's just kind of staring at this picture for a little while.
I don't know if you noticed, but I recognized, and she's gonna kind of point to the picture and point to the church. I don't know who they were, but a lot of them seemed to come and to show their respects as you did. So she's gonna shrug again. Like I don't know what to say in this situation. Here's a dad's mail.
Yeah, he so like he he's just kind of he's very grateful to you that you gave this to him. And he points at the elven woman and he says, "Well, that is the woman I knew as Julia, my mother, apparently also known as Adeline Lightleaf." News to me. Sorry, I am putting her name in here now. And then that's my dad. And then that little one, that's my Uncle Fritz. Uh, oh, Fritz William Emmanuel Blumberdash is his name. I don't really know the names of the other people in this picture, though. You said you saw him at the funeral?
There was like at least four of them. She's gonna look to scratch, and I think
I think at least 5 of them were in there.
Must be members of his old gang. I reckon he wanted me to have this because of my mother, but yeah, crazy. Wonder if they know where she is. And with that, we're going to flash back over to the church. And Rebecca,
Can I retcon and go towards the orcs instead?
sure, you can do whatever you like. So, you said you were trying to be quiet about this, so make me a stealth check, please.
Okay. 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 Oh, I have a 4. I'm good.
So you get up and you like knock the pew in front of you, and then you like knock the pew you're getting out of.
Sorry,
And
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. Sorry. Oh God, I'm making a whole mess of myself. Sorry.
and you walk up to these two pretty finely dressed orcs.
Evening, gentlemen. How y'all doing today?
You see one of them as like one of them speaks, the other one also like kind of finishes their sentence. And so the first one, the one in the gold, he says hello, and then the one in the blue says we're doing good.
Oh, that's nice. How do you know the mayor up there?
You see the guy in the blue says we go back, and the guy in the gold says way back.
Ah, yeah. Well, I just came back here because I found one of an old picture of him with you two in it, and well, there's a woman in there that I sort of remember. I don't have my memory. I only remember like a couple months ago, but I'm really interested in who this woman was. Kind of like dark skin, thread, like some braided hair. Kind of has tattoos on her face. I think she was a human. You know, just do you know what her name is? Do you know who I am?
Well, let me see if they know who you are.
Oh my gosh.
Both of them look at you and at the same time they say Cheyenne is the woman you're describing, and the one in the blue says don't know you love, and then the guy in the gold says definitely not.
All right, and all right, all right. I see other members of. Do you know where Cheyenne is? How can I get a hold of her?
uh you see the guy in the gold says no idea, and then the guy in the blue says piss off.
Okay, well, shit. Come on now. I didn't mean to like make y'all angry. I'm just wondering. And she's trying to keep her voice down.
Who are you?
Oh, yes, right. My name's Rebecca, and she'll extend her hand. My name's Rebecca Ashwood. I work at the Soul Theater. I'm a bartender. I don't know my past, so I ask people who come around, like, do they know me? So I just remember seeing a picture of this Cheyenne person. So I just thought, I saw some of y'all in here, and I just wanted to know what her name is, and maybe you know me. Obviously, you two don't, but actually, can no, she wouldn't have any reason. She's too trained to do an insight check. So yes, yeah. Did I get y'all's names?
uh the one in the blue points at the guy in the gold and he says he's Fanti, and the guy in the gold points at the guy in the blue and says he's Mingo.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. Okay. But does Rebecca ring a name to you? Anything? Ashwood Ranch, nothing? No. Okay.
Sorry, love.
Oh, okay.
And then like the one in the gold says sorry, love, and then the one in the blue says no dice.
Right. Right. Okay. I just wanted to check up on y'all. Okay. I'm gonna go back to my pew now. Maybe talk to other your members. Maybe they know me. So have a nice funeral, I guess. Sorry for your loss.
They don't say anything as you walk away.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Sorry. She'll sit down. I know one of the gals' names. Name is Shine. That one over there is Fanta, and the other one is Mango.
She actually remembered their names.
Not
Kinda.
quite.
Close.
Fanta and Mango.
Mhm.
Fanti and Mingo. Not that hard. All right. Anything else anyone else in the church would like to do? Or they sit there quietly praying for the mayor?
Enigma's going to make his way towards the back. If there's room on the bench beside the goblinoids, he'll try and squeeze in with them.
There really isn't, because you see there is a rather large bugbear wearing this suit and tie.
People are.
I love this picture, by the way. This is one of my favorite pictures that I found. And then you see this goblin gentleman. But sitting on saddle up on this bench next to an orcish woman with these dreadlocks, and she's dressed surprisingly similar to kind of how Fox dresses.
Sorry, you mind? Is the seat taken?
Not at all. She like scoots over and like lets you sit down.
Fine people tend to be a bit more comfortable at these things when us undesirables sit towards the rear. Out of sight.
Very true. And unheard.
He just kind of nods his head like he's getting the message. So I don't suppose you're just here by coincidence. You friends of the mayor's?
Are you like leaning forward trying to talk to the goblin and the bugbear?
Trying to, yeah.
Okay. Make me a persuasion check.
You got it.
Because you're trying to make light conversation at a wake.
Dirty 20.
Not bad. The bugbear turns to you and he has this like kind of deep, like rumbling voice, and he says, "Old friends." And then the goblin like turns to you and he says, "Very old friends." He is very old. The goblin is. That's why it's funny.
Valron's gonna reach his hand across the bench. Well, it's a pleasure to meet some old acquaintances then. The name's Valron.
Nice to meet you. Butkin.
The goblin like shakes your hands and he says, Butkin.
And this is my associate, Bear.
Pleasure.
Salutations to you both. And he's going to look over towards the half orc that he's seated next to and give her a nod as well.
She ignores you at this point.
What do you say to people at a funeral when you're trying to pump them for information? You've been in business with the mayor long? Where do you work? Don't think I've seen you folk around here before.
No, don't live in town.
Whereabouts you hail from?
Well, who's asking?
You're a new friend, Valron.
I don't know you.
And he's going to lean back kind of into his own bench so that they can see the deputy star as he kind of flashes it from beneath his coat. Reason I'm asking is just that there was some cause for suspicion surrounding the mayor's death is all.
You see as the two of them kind of look at each other, then they look back at you, and they're like, the bugbear stands up and like turns around and leans over the pew and gets like right in your face, and he says, "Are you accusing us of something?"
Nah, just hoping you can be of some assistance to me. Trying to figure out What would drive a man to want Longhorn Jack gunned down in cold blood?
As you say this, you see the goblin looks up towards the front of the room. And then he looks back at you and says, I don't think you're talking to the right ones. Let's go, Bear. And the goblin stands to leave. And the bugbear like kind of gets like a little closer to your face, Valorant, and you can like smell his breath and everything. And he says, better leave us alone, friend. And then he like, as he like gets back up off the pew, you can see like where his like hands were dug in. There's like, it's like broken a little bit. Yeah. And as the two of them stand up and leave.
All right. Just going to lean back in my chair and try not to draw any further attention to myself.
Is there anything else anyone would like to do?
Scratch is gonna come back in and just start shooting the place up.
All right,
Yeah.
roll initiative. Let's go.
I think I have deflect missiles at this level.
Welcome back, sir. You
you.
missed a lot.
Yeah.
Who wants to fill him in on what he missed?
We got some names.
Mingo and Fanta.
Mm-hmm.
And Butkin, Adelaide Lightleaf is the elf.
You hear from
Right.
Maverick?
Butkin is the elf.
No, Butkin's not the elf.
And Mango Fanta was the bugbear.
Yes. No, Mango and Fanta. No, wait. Mingo and. Fuck. Okay. I know one of them
Fanty.
is named Mingo and what?
Mingo and
Fanty.
Fanty.
Fanty. Mingo and Fanty are the orcs.
Are they two in the one, or is it one name?
And
One name
Fanty
for
is
each.
in yellow, Mingo is in blue.
A's Mingo. A's Fanty.
That's
But yes, you find yourself at a wake. The priest, the Warforged Josiah, gave a lovely sermon, and then after
Asked
that,
if anyone wanted to leave any offerings to help him with his passing. I don't have anything to put on there, so
I think that's what Maverick was doing.
I just didn't know if there was like more than one thing to do or not. I don't know how it works.
It did not. It seemed that the priest did not ask for furthers after
Okay,
what
cool.
Maverick did. Yeah, but Maverick came in quietly, took the water, did his right, walked up to the front of the church, took off his bolo tie that he was wearing, and put it in with his father, and then walked back out. A priest of Warforged and a bugbear walk into a funeral. But yeah, that's what Roger's seen today. He also just watched Rebecca awkwardly go back and talk to those orcs, and then come back and tell him that she forgot the name Cheyenne.
Cheyenne. Okay.
That's the name of the woman with the braids.
And then Valron tried to start a fight by
Yeah.
interrogating friends of the dead.
Flashing badge.
Flashing a badge at a funeral.
And as Maverick walked out, Scratch and Fox followed him and then took him to her cart. And Fox gave him the letter and the picture and the deed. And that's about where we are right now. Is there anything Roger would like to do?
Nope. Roger's good.
All right. Is there anything else anyone would like to do at Longhorn Jack's funeral before these people all go on their merry way?
I mean, Rebecca would
I
like
wait
to
till they all leave the funeral and try and strike up a conversation, but I'm not going to go back in there and try and have a conversation with any of them.
Yeah. So as the funeral wraps up, people begin to stand up and to leave. Is there anybody in particular that you'd like to catch as they're leaving?
Hey, Rachel, what were you saying?
Oh, I want to talk. I really want to talk to the guy in the white hat. Like, he looks so mysterious, man. So if Rebecca could catch him on his way out and just ask him the same line of questions, except, where's Cheyenne at this point?
You're talking about this guy?
Yes, that guy.
Yeah. So as he's getting up, and he's actually he's about to make his way just like to the side door and just like slip out, and you kind of catch him. What do you say to him?
Oh, hi, mister. Hi, my name's Rebecca Ashwood. I knew the mayor. Sorry for your loss. I was there when, he was when he was killed. But I was talking over to your friends over there because I found, one of my compatriots found this a photo of y'all with the mayor, Monty and Mango over there. And I'm wondering about this woman. Her name is Cheyenne. I'm just wondering where she is because I don't have my memory and all, and I remember, or I got like a twinge of remembrance from just looking at her. So I'm just wondering, if you know where she's at.
Make me a persuasion roll.
Okay, can I roll anything above a 10 today? Let's see.
Nope.
Ha!
Natural two.
Hey!
See, anti-jinx.
He looks at you, and he like looks at your he does something that's a little like weird to you in that he doesn't look away from you when he speaks to you. Like, he's looking right in your eyes. You see that he's not bothered by your face, which is very strange for you. Like, usually, like when somebody turns to because you run up to tons of people, right? And when they
Yes.
turn around and see your face, they usually go, huh, something like that. This guy doesn't react like that at all to you. Like, he just turns, and you can see that he's just looking right into your eyes as you're speaking with him. And he says to you, and you could see, like, when he responds, you can tell that like common is not the language that he speaks usually. And he says, Godscar Canyon. And then he walks out.
Wait. I'm just wondering, friend, just real quick. Do you know who I am? Because you took a real long look at my face. So I'm just wondering. Wait, hold on. Wait.
As like he's like about to leave, like you just hear no, and then the door closes.
But okay. That's fine.
As you like go to like look back, you like open the doors to like go chase after him, and he's gone. You just see like there's like a swirl of sand.
Forgot his name.
Damn it.
Well, Godscar Canyon, that's where she's at. I'm happy. She'll sadly walk back to the pew and just slump on over, or just slump down on the pews. Oh, Godscar Canyon. I'm sorry.
He has an accent. It's okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was giving good information. Is there anyone else that anyone would like to catch on their way out as people begin filing out of the funeral?
Say, Rebecca, is it?
Oh, what? Yes. Yeah. Valtron.
Voltron.
Would you be interested in chatting up that gentleman over yonder? He says, pointing up towards Forrest Sterling.
Oh, yeah. I'll totally do it.
See,
What do you
the
want
thing
me to ask?
is, this gentleman and I, well, we've encountered one another in our pasts. I'm not sure if he remembers me or not, but if he does remember me from that previous occupation, things, well, could devolve into some sort of trouble for the two of us. In order to avoid any such scuffle, I was hoping, well, you might be able to converse with him to understand what he's doing here.
Oh, right. Yeah, no. Yeah, totally. I could do that. I mean, he's on the photo, and like one of his friends just left, and that was a disappointment, but maybe he knows. Yeah, I'll totally do it.
Much obliged. I'm trying to avoid causing another scene at this funeral.
I don't know. You didn't make that much of a scene. It was more like, well, no, it was kind of a scene. Anyway, Robert, want to come join me? Come on, let's talk this little fella.
I'm sorry.
Well, come on, let's go talk to that man over there. And she'll grab Roger and drag him over to this man over here and start conversing.
All right. So this guy is he's like standing there talking to bats as you come up, and he is a scary looking dude. Like he does, like, as Rebecca approaches him, like she's normally happy, cheerful, and very rarely scared of people. But this guy puts off like a scary vibe,
Oh no.
like a dangerous kind of a vibe. What do you say as you approach him?
Hi, my name is Rebecca Ashwood. I don't know my memory and everything, and I'm a bit scared right now because you kind of give off like really weird, scary vibes right now. But I just wanted to come over here and talk with you. I just want to make a little bit of conversation because the funeral is very, like very very sad. So I just wanted to check in. And, my good friend over there, like, I think his name is Voltron, he just wanted me to understand where you're coming from. I just don't want to make that much of a big scene, And again, you're very tall and you're very scary, mister. And, I'm kind of regretting, only bringing one person over here because I feel like you just punch someone and, they just go down. And I just want to say that I don't want to make that much of a threat. Anyway, do you know me? Do you know Cheyenne? Apparently she's been at Godscar Canyon. Anyway, what are you doing here? How are you doing?
I'm talking
All
with
right.
I think you better leave.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. How you doing? Just wanted to check in. Just yeah. I mean, I'll wait here in case when you're done talking to people. Hmm. And she will.
Is this a
awkwardly-
joke?
No. It's not much of a joke. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
He like gets like right up in your face, and like you see he pulls out a like a cigar that he like chews on. So he doesn't smoke it. He like chews on the end of the cigar, and he's like getting like right up in your grill, and he starts answering your questions like all right in a row, the exact way you asked them.
Oh, no.
Which was no, he doesn't know who you are. Yes, he knows Cheyenne. What was the next question that you asked him?
I honestly don't know. It just was like word vomit. Is she at God's Scar Canyon?
Don't know.
Do you know my friend Valron? And she gesture over to him.
Never met him.
How are you doing here? You holding up good?
And I'm really annoyed that you're talking to me right now. You need to go away.
Okay. Right. Okay. Sorry there. Who's he talking to? This guy's
He's talking
in
to
town.
the guy that owns the hotel.
Okay. Rebecca will, wave to the man. Like, hi, how you doing? And then just
You see Bats is like he's motioning for you to like get the away. He's like
Right.
looking out for you.
Oh, what a good man. Right. Roger, oh fuck. Roger, I think we need to leave. You know, I think we have that thing over there at the pew again. Anyway,
I
have a
agree
nice day,
completely.
Miss. Anyway, have a nice day, Mr. Forrest.
Hold up.
Yes.
I don't remember telling you my name.
Right. Well, you see, I
Do
think
you
in my
know me?
No, I really don't know anything, sir. I think as I was spewing out my introduction, I kind of don't remember stuff. So I just heard your name around town because I found this. There was this like picture
Make
and
me a
stuff.
deception check.
Oh, what?
A deception check.
Oh no.
What's she say?
I don't think
No,
we
it's-
mentioned his name at all, though.
I thought Valron did.
Yeah, I thought
Valron
he
did.
did.
I thought
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, he
Then-
did.
Okay.
Lie
And
about it.
when you're like trying to lie, he like looks over right at Valron. And so Valron, you can see Forrest Sterling is staring daggers at you right now.
That's super cool.
We're almost okay.
I rolled
And then
really
Rebecca,
low on my
he
insight.
turns-
I don't know what's
he-
going on.
He turns back to you and he says, "All right. Get out of here." And
All right.
he turns back to talking to Bats.
Right. Great. Roger, Roberts, let's go. Let's go back to the pew. I don't want to be here anymore.
I don't know why you brought me up in the first place.
I kind of needed some moral support.
During that, it looks like Fanti and Mingo have slipped their way out of the church as well.
And as Rebecca takes her seat, she'll kind of like turn around to Volron and go, "Oh God, that was," just kind of give like a thumbs up, like, I think I did it.
He's
And-
just staring back at you.
Sweating bullets.
Like, why did you point at me all those times and draw his attention specifically to me?
Straight to you. You said your name. Oh my god. But Scratch Fox and Maverick do arrive back at the church as people are leaving.
Do we arrive as Fanti and Mingo are leaving?
Sure. I'll say like right as they're walking out the door, you are getting back to the church.
Okay, Fox is gonna do like this awkward, like, okay, but it was nice to meet you, Maverick. And kind of like this awkward wave, and then she's gonna kind of like point, like to the letter that I don't know if he put it away, but like kind of point to him, like ushering the letter, and then point to the the orcs, and she's gonna walk over to them and try and start a conversation.
How does she do that?
Hi, yeah, hello, yes, you guys, hello, Fox here, this is Scratch, he's my friend,
You see you see that they do their whole that's Fanti. That's Mingo.
pleasure to meet you guys, this is, pleasure to meet you. So I was just wondering, we were in there for the funeral of Longhorn Jack, the mayor, and I was just, curious how you guys knew him. I was just kind of hoping to get some insight onto who he was a little bit more. I was there for the, and she's just like gonna do like the, slice of the neck, like, and then like a gunshot and a little bit awkward, like, and I just want to know what I can do to I just want to understand what happened. He just seemed like a really likable guy. So for something so, to happen to him, just, you guys seem to, you're here. So, I mean, obviously you guys came from somewhere to pay your respects.
We go back. Way back.
Do you want to share a drink and share some stories?
No. They both say that at the same time. They like look at each other and then say it at the same time.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, do you guys? I mean, I know it's been a while. I assume it's been a while. I've only known him for 4 days. Do you guys know why anyone would want him dead?
They look at each other and Fanti says, "Money, probably." Mingo says, "Or revenge. Who knows?"
Revenge for what?
Fanti says, "Could be anything." Mingo says, "Could be anything."
An insight check on them to see if they would maybe know more on the anything part, or if they're just like.
I
Yeah.
mean, you figure they probably know more about Longhorn Jack than you do
Yeah.
for sure.
No, definitely,
Mhm.
definitely. He just, I'm not gonna lie here, guys. I've only known him for a really, really short amount of time, but he just seemed like a really, really good individual, and I just think that anyone who knew him in his life, would want good things for him, and this just was a really bad way for him to go. The funeral, we're hoping for the best, but I mean, any friends of his, I would think would want to help and get to the bottom of this, wouldn't you say?
Uh, Make me a persuasion check.
Okay, hold on. I have to find my character sheet. A 9. We're really bad at funerals. That's an understatement.
They look at each other, and Fanti says, "Sorry, love," and Mingo says, "We're busy."
I'm sure he was too. She'll just kind of walk in a different direction.
Yeah, and they make their way away from you.
That's fine. I'm not gonna go back into the church. I'm gonna head to the bar.
Which one?
Fox needs a drink. Is there more than one bar here? Oh, I guess there's one at the theater. There's like the Gold Bar.
There's the KO Saloon. So there's the KO Saloon. There's the Soul Theater, and then yeah, you could probably get a drink at the hotel if you wanted to. But yeah, the Soul Theater and the KO Saloon are the main bars. There's the little bit rough and tumble bar, and this is the dive bar. This is the nice bar.
Where
And
would
this is the church.
these people go at? Like, does it seem like there's like a flow of people going? Like, I feel like they might go somewhere. If there's like a flow of people, she'll try and follow the flow. But otherwise,
I mean, people go to their
theater.
yeah, people go to their normal places. Like Wyatt, the bartender and owner of the KO Saloon. That's where he goes. You see, Pip is right next to him. You see, Alma and Titus going back to the Soul Theater. Most people are heading home.
Like any of the people from the picture, they're all just leaving town, right?
They're all just leaving. Yeah, they're all taking off. You do see that this woman, she does.
Yeah, I didn't really see her.
She does kind of. You see her actually wandering off towards the mayor's house.
I'll follow her. I feel like we might vibe. You're talking about the gypsy woman, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll follow her.
The Vistani woman, yes.
Well, we're on the map, so I couldn't see who you were pointing.
Oh, sorry, I have you on the wrong map.
Yeah,
My
no, you're
bad.
fine. You're fine. I wanted to.
Sorry,
Didn't
let me
mean
put you
to.
back here. This woman.
Yeah, her. Yeah, I'll follow her. I feel like we might have something to talk about. She might show me up on my fortune telling, but that's okay.
So as you follow her, she's as she's wandering up towards the mayor's manor, and you see that she's just kind of staring at like the blood it's like still on the doorstep, and she's not going inside. She's just kind of staring at this like doorway as you approach her, and she actually acknowledges you first.
Okay, good. Because I wasn't gonna say anything until she did, because I know like sometimes people just need a minute to take in the scene, so that works.
And how would she refer to you? Hold on, let me double check something really quick. I think I wrote some stuff down for this.
Oh no.
Oh, I just wrote down stuff about like the culture.
Okay.
Nothing scary.
What up? No.
Okay. So she without like turning around, she's just like speaking, and she says, how can I help you, lost one?
Funny, I was gonna ask the same to you. You seem to understand the presence of this area. I mean, obviously there's blood, but I feel like you can see deeper into it.
It's sometimes, I'm sure you know, the premonitions of the past can come to us.
And yeah, Fox will nod, more understanding.
And then as she like turns, she says to you, and also, it's good to be mindful of the present. And as you see, like a moment, she's actually behind you, and you see like she's like literally like back to back with you, and she says, and the future. And that part you can like hear in your mind. And then in an instant, she's standing back on the porch with her back to you, kind of like still staring through the doorway, almost like no, she didn't move.
Fox is gonna get chills throughout her body. She's resting bitch face through it all though. How did you know him?
He was one of the few people that the cards were unsure of.
Rarity indeed.
So I had to see his end for myself. One who creates their own fate, such as Longhorn Jack, is special. And at this point, she turns to you, and this time, like it's not like this illusion. Like she's actually turning towards you, and she says, "Do you know your fate?"
I'd rather not.
Exactly.
I've seen many others, and sometimes it's best to not.
Isn't it only fair that one that reads others' fates has her fate read? And you see, as she says this, that she like flicks her wrist, and there's a tarot deck in her hand.
Ooh. I'm interested. And Fox will just give a little smile and a nod. I suppose you're right. And I don't know if it's really appropriate to go into the mayor's manor.
She's actually, what you see when you say like all right, she she begins like making the shuffling motion with her hands, and you see that she's like the cards begin to float, and she's not
Yes.
holding them, but they're shuffling like in midair. And
See
then
it.
she fans them out in the air, and like the deck is kind of just like tessellated there in front of you, and you like, so you almost to the point where you can't see her. And she says, choose your past, present, and future. And I'm gonna let you do your own reading because
Oh
I have a tarot deck actually. So this
no! I
will
was
be
unprepared to do my own.
this will be the sixth reading, and so I'll give you time to do that. If
Yeah,
while
pass
Amanda's
to someone
prepping
else.
that, what's everyone else doing as the funeral ends? Scratch, you were kind of standing there with Maverick, who you can see him like kind of just like um he's like smoking a cigarette and just trying to, like, you can see he's just trying to figure out what he wants to do. As everyone else, you exit the theater, you see Scratch standing there with this guy.
I was going to tell you that, like Fox said, we went to the mine. We didn't get very far in, and it looks like you might have an infestation of rust monsters.
You don't think of the rust monsters of what you said that Mole Man said that he found something. I don't think rust monsters are that.
I wouldn't think so. He seemed very capable. I don't think a few rust monsters would have bothered him.
What do you think did bother?
Well, that man in black, I don't know what he's got to do with it. I don't know why he was sent. But I have to imagine that Mr. Sir is somehow behind all this. I don't know if he wanted the mine for himself, like he seems to want the entire town. Maybe
You
the
seem
Pa had a good vein.
you seem pretty capable.
I've
You
seen my time.
would you be willing to go down to the mine with me and see what he found?
Well, I don't do nothing without running by Fox first, but I reckon she'll want to help you.
I don't know if three of us is gonna be enough. You know anyone else? And like as he says that, everyone else walks out of the church.
Well, I
I
think
think
I
I could
know
probably
what you
find a few. Fox?
She's
Maverick.
nowhere to be found. She
Oh.
somehow slipped off without you noticing. But you do see Valorant, Blythe, Rebecca, and Roger.
Ron, Rebecca, y'all have just a moment?
I mean, yeah, I do. Yeah, I have a moment. I have a few minutes a moment.
What's on your
Maverick here,
mind?
he's looking for some help. I reckon Fox would want to help him, so I guess that means I'll help him too. You see, when we went to the mine, well, there's a few creatures in there it'd be best to take care of. And see if we can't find out what his pa found down in there. What he found that was gonna change this town. And Maverick's a smart man. He recognizes that it's gonna be taking more than just 2 or 3 of us. So I figured between Fox and myself and Maverick and Valeron, you and Rebecca, I figure we can probably do this.
Whatever you need, Scratch.
All right.
Now I know y'all know other people. I'd be willing to go into a fight with the 2 of you, but if there's others you think should come, well, I won't stop you from asking.
So, these 4, you. Which one's Fox?
She ain't here. Where'd she get to? Did y'all see which way she went? I thought she was gonna come out this door.
Amanda, are you ready?
I'm almost there. I'm really close. I'm on the last card. There's just little paragraphs I have to read.
Well, how do Roger and Blythe feel about helping?
Doesn't sound like Roger was invited.
He's talking to all 4 of you. He said your name.
He invited you
No,
directly.
No, he
No,
specifically.
I
he was-
specifically invited Valron and Rebecca
Oh,
and said,
really?
I know there
said
are others
there's
that you
other
might be
people you
willing
can
to
invite."
invite. I'm not
Oh.
gonna stop you.
Oh, I misunderstood.
He was
I
always
thought you were
taking
saying
people
that.
close to Fox.
Aw.
I still don't trust Roger, and Blythe's just a kid, so
A kid that can heal people.
I
Baby.
am
Which I'm pretty
making
sure y'all don't have any healers in your current little get together.
Now that we
Oh.
understand what Ben was saying, Valron and Rebecca, is there anything you would like to do?
I mean, I'd do anything for to help a friend, you know, including talking to some scary folks without that much of a warning. But yeah, I'll do it. I'll help. I'm a helpful person. Trusting.
Let's hope you're more helpful as a target then.
All right. So 3. How many rust monsters did you say there were?
well,
Yeah, I don't like that infestation word you keep using.
Yeah, I don't think 4 of us
What's
is
the
gonna
rust
cut it.
monster?
You got
I
any
mean,
more?
I know this one guy. His name is Roger, and he likes to beat things up, so I can bring him. He's my +1 to this adventure.
As Roger's standing right next to you.
Beating things up is good. What
I
about
thought
this
his
guy?
name was Robert.
Who's Robert? Oh, fuck. Sorry.
Exactly.
I think it fits in character.
And with that, we'll flash back over to Fox. So, Fox, you're standing before this tarot deck floating in the air in front of you. Which cards do you pick?
Okay. So Fox will reach out, and the first card she gets is the Five of Pentacles. And I feel like just due to this nature of this whole situation, I feel like in my mind there's like imagery type, like flashback situation that happens.
Very much
where,
so.
like,
This is a very real experience for you. Like, just as like you heard that voice in your head, like it almost feels like you're like whoosh, and you can almost like see the past.
So the Five of Pentacles indicates that she went through rough times. And I'd like to think of her like sitting basically back in the city where she was in the bar getting really drunk because it basically going through these rough times, it eroded her spirit and her faith, and she lost faith that things would turn around. So she was like at a complete loss with life and everything. And so I feel like that moment in time was exactly what this card was describing. Kind of giving up on things getting better, and she kind of lost the desire to even get help. And then the next card she draws is the Fool, and the Fool represents a crossroads.
Yes.
Do you know the Fool card?
That's the one card I know.
I feel like it's super fitting for exactly what's happening.
It is.
It shows that presently, because that's the present card, she's at a crossroads. There's a variety of paths ahead, and basically it's up to her to make an intuitive decision, even if it seems illogical. She needs to learn how to trust in herself and the universe. And then that brings to the Seven of Cups, which is kind of ironic because it's a card that says that there's too many choices ahead. They all seem appealing, but she needs to set aside her emotions and focus on the reasoning, because though all of them seem appealing, some of them could not actually be good. So while emotionally appealing, some may not be good, so you must choose wisely as everyone comes up and is like, hey, what do you want to do? We have things to do here. So I was like, that's kind of fitting. Yeah, but I feel like, the Fool, the crossroads,
That's
all these
amazing.
available things, and she just has to make a decision, because my characters are the decision makers, apparently. Never is bad.
You watch this woman as she like claps her hands, and the cards like the three cards, like as you touched them, they just like turned around and showed the picture. And as she claps, all the cards kind of collapse back into the deck and come back to her hand. And she looks at you, and
I feel like
and
during that reading, Fox's eyes would have been glowing also.
oh yeah, like you were full in like this like magical moment with this woman. And uh she like walks down the steps of this porch down and stands in front of you, and she's wearing all of um these like pendants and these like other charms and stuff like that in her hair and necklaces and other things like that. And she takes one of her necklaces off and she puts it around your neck. And you can see that the symbol on it is the symbol that's like on your cards, like on the back of your cards. And she says to you, um, uh, actually, I don't think she says anything to you. She puts it around your neck and she like places her hand like just like on it on your chest, and she smiles, and like you hear Scratch call your name coming up from like below the hill, and as you like turn you look at Scratch, and as you turn back to look at the woman, she's gone.
She can't be gone. Ooh. And she's just gonna like grab the like pendant and like hold it in her hand and look down on it and like zone out the world until everyone approaches.
And that's where we're going to end it for today.
With the Stotty mystery.
And she never gave me a name, did she?
You never asked.
I didn't get there. Ah!
You guys have this problem of not asking people their names.
I know.
I felt like we were
Yeah.
alone, and there wasn't like, oh, by the way, what's your name?
That was awesome,
clues
Amanda.
in the grass.
Oh my god. The fool is literally like the protagonist of the tarot deck.
He's
Oh,
the
it's like
best.